Beginning with a gentle golden wind and light rain, the master of ceremonies, with a single stroke, surprises the world. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Speculation, Imperial Power, Breakthrough of the 9 Difficulties of Heaven and Man. Great Zal, the capital. The sky was gloomy and drizzling. This kind of weather was normal in the capital in early spring. On the top of an inn, Murungfu was looking at pedestrians wearing bamboo hats, raincoats, or holding umbrellas on the street. Creak. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Xiao Royan walked in from outside the door, and closed the door gently. She came in front of Murungfu. At this time, Xiao Royan was wearing a white dress. She no longer had the fierce aura she had before, and there was no murderous intent or coldness in her eyes. She was like a beautiful girl from a small family. Your heart is cleared, and your strength has improved. It seems that you have gained a lot of insights during this period, Murungfu said. Thank you, sir. Xiao Royan bowed to Murungfu. If it weren't for Murungfu's help, she might not be able to get out of her heart knot. She is now willing to serve Murungfu. Murungfu's appearance, talent, and knowledge are all higher than ordinary people, so it is normal for women to fall in love with him. Moreover, he helped Xiao Royan get out of her heart knot. Don't thank me. How did you find out the things I asked you to find out? Murungfu said. Originally, he was thinking of going to Jiangnan, but the establishment of Jinfeng Xiaoyu Tower in the capital made him feel that it would be better for him to stay in the capital. The capital is very large, and the forces are complicated. He thinks he will have a chance. He is not going to form a force by himself. He wants to join a certain force in the capital, and put himself in the capital of the Great Zhao Dynasty. The forces in the capital are all related to the courtiers of the Great Zhao Dynasty. Once he enters the forces in the capital, he will have the opportunity to contact the courtiers or powerful officials of the Great Zhao Dynasty. This will be of great help for the master to come to the capital. He asked Xiao Royan to investigate a force called Zhanjingtang, which has some relationship with the lineage of the great prince of the Great Zhao Dynasty, or it has some relationship with the maternal family of the great prince. The master of Zhanjingtang, Yi Duanan, is the disciple of Xiao Zalao, the third master of the Xiao family, who is the maternal family of the great prince. As long as he enters Yi Duanan's eyes, he will be able to follow the lineage of the eldest prince. In this life, Murungfu has no ambition to become an emperor, but he has the idea of making Chen the master of the world. This is a country of warriors. A strong man should lead a country. Although Chen does not have such thoughts now, as his power and strength continue to grow, he will eventually face the Great Zhao Dynasty. The Emperor Zhao of the Great Zhao Dynasty is a brilliant man with a strong talent for martial arts. It is rumored that the Emperor Zhao is a martial arts fanatic. According to reason, such a person would not be interested in imperial power. But when Murungfu read the biography of Emperor Zhao, he found that when Emperor Zhao first entered the world, his purpose was very clear, that is, for imperial power. Although it was in a chaotic period of separatist rule by princes at that time, princes and forces in various places were moving for imperial power. The behavior of Emperor Zhao was understandable. But after becoming an emperor, he spent very little time managing government affairs. He has been using the resources of the Great Zhao Dynasty to practice, and later handed over the court to the ministers to manage. As the princes grew up, Emperor Zhao directly selected 9 princes to take charge of the state affairs of the Great Zhao Dynasty, and he began to retreat, and did not ask about the affairs of the court. But before he obtained the throne, Emperor Zhao's strength was in the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. The most important idea of a warrior in the 9 difficulties of heaven and man is to take that step. It can be seen that the imperial power may be helpful in taking that step. Sir, Yi Duanan of Zhanjingtang will appear at the tea merchants meeting in Zhou Garden in 3 days. The president of the tea merchants meeting is one of his women. We should be able to see Yi Duanan when we go to the tea merchants meeting. But sir, we don't have a clear identity. If the other party investigates at that time, we will have no foothold. Xiao Royan said worriedly. Why don't we have footholds? You are from Yanzi Island in Linjiang County of Linjiang 13 counties. You and I have always lived there and have no contact with the outside world. Murungfu said. During this period of time, he asked Bei Chaofei to help him get an identity. A person named Yan Zidao from Linjiang County in the Linjiang area, managed by Xiangsha League. This time he came to the capital, mainly because he thought he was strong enough, and came to the capital to make a living. Here is our information, take a look. Murungfu took out some information from his arms, and gave it to Xiao Royan. Yes. Xiao Royan immediately started to investigate. Princess Danayang, is the outside world still investigating Mirren Qingshan's matter? After a while, Murungfu spoke. Investigate again, but no one is investigating Mirren Qingshan's matter. The investigation is mainly about Princess Danayang's matter. It is rumored that Ni Chang, the third son of King Liu, is going to come to the capital from the Huayuan area. Xiao Royan said. Is this to force the capital to find out the murderer who killed Princess Danayang as soon as possible? Murungfu frowned slightly. He didn't want this matter to be mentioned all the time. How strong is Ni Chang? Murungfu said. Ni Chang is the most talented martial artist among the heirs of Prince Liu, and his strength has already entered the realm of heaven and man. Xiao Royan said. Speaking of Ni Chang, Xiao Royan still had some emotions. If it wasn't for the King Liu, the princess of Danayang wouldn't be so domineering. Her brother wouldn't have died. Keep an eye on his whereabouts. If he really comes, I'll kill him. Murungfu said. I'm afraid there are experts around Ni Chang this time. Xiao Royan said. We won't take action. Aren't there several major assassin organizations in the capital? Don't they claim that anyone can be killed as long as they can afford it? Pay them the money when the time comes. Of course, it doesn't matter whether they dare to kill or not. If they don't, I'll ask the people from the Qinglang Society to kill them. Murungfu said. Xiao Royan didn't doubt that the Qinglang Society could kill Ni Chang. I'll go investigate now. Xiao Royan said. Be careful about everything. Don't underestimate the Zenfu division and other people in the capital. Murungfu said. I understand. Xiao Royan bowed and left. Murungfu continued to look at the drizzling rain outside. I hope the rain won't stop. It rains all the time in the south of the Yangtze River in spring. Murungfu muttered. On the other side, in the capital, in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Bei Chaofei slowly opened his eyes for cultivation and walked out of the inner room. In the outer room, Nalan Rangan was sitting and checking some information. Seeing Bei Chaofei open his eyes, he closed the information in his hand and said, Helian Zioao, when I came here before, I hoped you could go to the Marquis mansion to talk. Let me go to the Marquis mansion to talk. It seems that Helian Luo wants to see me. Guess what Helian Luo wants to do? Nalan Rangan said. There have been some changes in the Zenfu division recently. It seems that Helian Luo has replaced Aang Xiang as the head of the Zenfu division's main hall. The only things that give him a headache are Mirren Qingshan and Princess Danayang's affairs. But Mirren Qingshan's affairs seem to have been handled in a low-key manner, so the only thing left is Princess Danayang's affairs. It is rumored that King Liu's third son Ni Chang will come to the capital. Nalan Rangan said. Do you know why Mirren Qingshan's affairs were handled in a low-key manner? Bei Chaofei said. This matter seems to have something to do with the palace, but I'm still investigating the specific reasons. Nalan Rangan said. Chapter 377 Mirren Qingshan is not dead. The great General Wang Dugu is for me. This matter is a bit strange. Princess Danayang is only the daughter of King Liu. King Liu is not relenting. The pacification division is investigating. As a princess, Mirren Qingshan's matter is not only suppressed, but also handled very low-key. It is a bit unreasonable. But this matter involves too many things. Just investigate secretly. If you find out the news, send it to the young master immediately. Bei Chaofei frowned and said. Don't worry, the owner of the building will investigate carefully. However, we have spent a lot of money to deploy personnel in the capital. I'm afraid that the owner of the building needs to ask the young master for instructions before we can operate the funds. Nalan Rangan said, I will contact the young master about this matter. By the way, after I meet Helian Luo, I may have to go out of the city to meet Lord Emperor Yi. Be careful here. Bei Chaofei said. By the way, the fourth prince also came to indicate that he hopes to meet with you. Nalan Rangan said. How has the fourth prince's situation in the capital been investigated? As one of the 9 princes, his presence seems to be a little weak. Bei Chaofei said. Chen is the fourth prince's sister. The investigation should be done openly, not secretly. It seems that the fourth prince seems very passive in this matter. It is rumored that something happened to the fourth prince's mother in the palace, which may have an impact on the fourth prince. Nalan Rangan said. Is that so? I will go to the Hellion Marquis's mansion today. After I leave the city, you inform the fourth prince that I will meet him tomorrow. Bei Chaofei said. He wanted to ask the fourth prince some questions as Su Chen's friend. By the way, pay attention to Ni Chang's movements. The matter of Princess Tanyang needs to come to an end. If Ni Chang comes to the capital, his whereabouts must be completely controlled. Bei Chaofei ordered. Okay, Nalan Rangan. Your strength is a little weak. It seems that I have to apply to the master for the Shinran pill to help you enter the Shinran realm. Bei Chaofei said. Shinran pill. Nalan Rangan was stunned when she heard this. Shinran pill is a pill that can help people enter the Shinran realm. Yes, you should put aside other things recently and focus on cultivation to improve your strength. The capital is different from other places. Strength is still very important. No one is attacking us now because of the reputation of Yi and Rafu. But as our interests conflict more and more with others, this reputation will gradually weaken. We still have to be strong. Bei Chaofei said, turned around and walked out of the room. Outside the Jinfeng Xiu building, the carriage stopped at the door, and Bei Chaofei got on the carriage with an umbrella. The carriage went to the Helion Hao mansion in the drizzle. People who follow the dynamics of the Jinfeng Xiu building immediately spread this news. The fourth prince's mansion. In a secret room. Opposite the fourth prince stood a man. If Su Hao were here, he would know that this person is none other than Kai Wei, who is following Chen, who is behind the evil alliance. Have you investigated it clearly? The fourth prince said. We haven't found out, but it is certain that this person is very powerful in the court. Otherwise he would not dare to practice with the blood of a virgin so recklessly. Kai Wei said. It is useless to just guess. These people in the court are very powerful and strong. Even if we have evidence, we may not be able to take them down, let alone without evidence. The fourth prince said in a deep voice. Your Highness, the person behind the evil alliance may meet with the Night Emperor of Shianaya Pavilion. We may be able to cooperate with the Night Emperor to find out the identity of that person. Kai Wei said. I'm trying to make an appointment with Bei Chaofei recently, but Bei Chaofei has not replied to my message. The fourth prince said in a deep voice. Do you want the young lady to show up and meet Bei Chaofei? Bei Chaofei has a special relationship with Su Chen. The young lady is helpful to Su Chen. Maybe Bei Chaofei will help us meet the Night Emperor for this reason, Kai Wei said. From the conversation between the two, Kai Wei mentioned the young lady. The young lady in Kai Wei's mouth refers to Chen. She also said that Chen should go to see Bei Chaofei. Could it be that Chen is not dead? Speaking of this Su Chen, I asked him to come to the capital, but he didn't come. He became the leader of the martial arts world in the 9 northern counties and became a hegemon. The fourth prince said softly. The young lady doesn't know about this. The young lady said that after the matter in the capital is dealt with, she will go to the 9 northern counties to meet Su Chen in person. Kai Wei said. Once this sentence came out, it was certain that Chen was not dead. Chen has been wronged these days. She has not been able to show up and has lost a substitute. But now things are gradually calming down. Chen can go back to my mansion first. The fourth prince said. Miss should do this. After all, Miss wants to use this matter to enter the Xianjian division. Your Highness, if there is nothing else to tell you, I will go back to Miss first. Kai Wei covered her face with a black cloth while speaking and bowed. The fourth prince nodded. At this time, in a manor in Longbei County, Su Chen looked at Liu Shengaijian who came back from the outside of the Great Wall, and his eyes were a little surprised. At this time, Liu Shengaijian actually stepped into the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. He calmed down and said, the Xiantian sect took action, and to Xianren 8 difficulties, and 1 Xianren 7 difficulties appeared at once. Yes, but after the change of the owner of the ghost domain, there was no movement from the Xiantian sect. It seems that there was some dispute between the north and south branches of the Xiantian sect. After they finish their dispute, it is estimated that Guan Qi will be able to step into the 8 difficulties of heaven and man. At that time, with his own key in the golden plum bottle, he can fight even the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. Liu Shengaijian said, my lord, what's the situation here? The person who killed Zhu Zioran is in the Qinglang temple. His identity has been found out. Ling Zhe, a lay disciple of the Qinglang temple, is the nephew of Wang Dugui, the great general of the great Zhao dynasty. Su Chen said in a deep voice. To be called the great general king, it can be seen how extraordinary he is in the great Zhao dynasty. The great general Wang Dugui, who is stationed in the southeastern sea area, has been fighting against various overseas forces for many years. The Zhao emperor became a hegemon and suppressed the heroes of the world. Some of the strong men who competed with the Zhao emperor for the world in those days, not all of them died. Many people fled overseas and established their own forces on overseas islands. In addition, there are many forces overseas. After the establishment of the Great Zhao dynasty, the Zhao emperor sent the great general Wang Dugui to station in the southeastern sea area to confront these forces. In this matter, it is obvious that the Qinglang temple is calculating against him. So when Su Chen killed Ling Zhe, he was ready to destroy the Qinglang temple together. If he dared to calculate him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He just wanted to force the Qinglang temple to leave. But now Su Chen has decided to destroy Qinglang temple and make Qinglang temple a river of blood. In this way, people will be afraid and dare not plot against him. As for whether to offend the great general Wang Dugui, Su Chen did not consider it at all. He has offended the prince, the grand master, and the chief eunuch, so he is afraid of offending another great general Wang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. Liu Shengyijian, Zhu Yiren, will personally visit Qinglang Temple. The person who killed him is already a mortal enemy, so what does he need to care about? My lord, since we are already enemies, I want to go to Qinglang Temple. Liu Shengyijian said. Liu Shengyijian has been pursuing the world's #1 all his life, challenging the entire Central Plains martial arts world alone, pursuing the strongest. Now he wants to go to Qinglang Temple in this way to make his strength go further. For him, only by defeating the strong can his strength be improved. Su Chen pondered. He did not expect Liu Shengyijian to propose such a method. After a while, Su Chen nodded. It was indeed a good method to test Qinglang Temple with Liu Shengyijian. Qinglang Club is mainly famous for Yan Nanshan and Dingpeng, but when it comes to pure killing, Liu Shengyijian's swordsmanship is the most suitable. Liu Shengyijian follows the path of ruthless and ruthless, heartless, and swordless. Subordinates, go back and store the sword, and go to Qinglang Temple tomorrow, Liu Shengyijian said. Su Chen nodded. When Liu Shengyijian was about to leave, Zhu Yiren walked in from outside. My lord, I want to go to Qinglang Temple with Lord Liu Sheng. I wonder if Lord Liu Sheng is willing? Zhu Yiren's sword art is the sword art of killing. His nickname is Blood-Clothed Man. There are some wrong names, but there is no wrong nickname. The 3 words Blood-Clothed Man can tell how many people he has killed. He is called the world's #1 swordsman in Gulong's novel Chu Liu Xiang biography. His understanding of sword art can be said to be unmatched. He is the same person as Liu Shengyijian. Brother Zhu, it is my honor to be together. At this time, Liu Shengyijian said. He recognized Zhu Yiren's sword art. If they were not in the same camp, he would want to fight with Zhu Yiren. Although he has now entered the 9 difficulties of heaven and man, he will not underestimate Zhu Yiren at all. He believes that in the battle of Qinglang Temple, Zhu Yiren will definitely be able to enter the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. Thank you. Zhu Yiren said. Liu Shengyejian agreed, so Su Chen had no reason to refuse. What's more, they also have to have a reason to go to Qinglang Temple, and Zhu Yiren is the reason. The person who killed Zhu Zioren is in the Qinglang Temple. Zhu Yiren is Zhu Zioren's brother. What's wrong with avenging his brother? Thank you, my lord. Zhu Yiren bowed and left with Liu Shengyejian. Watching the two people leaving, going directly to the door, will not have any deterrent effect. Let's formally notify the Qinglang Temple first. Tomorrow, Liu Shengyejian and Zhu Yiren of the Qinglang Society will go up the mountain and ask the Qinglang Temple to hand over Ling Zhe, the murderer who killed Zhu Zioren. Su Chen thought to himself, if the Qinglang Temple hands over Ling Zhe, then he will kill him head on. In this way, let's see how the Qinglang Temple faces Du Guiwei. If they don't hand him over, then the Qinglang Society will have reason to attack the Qinglang Temple. Su Chen doesn't want others to plot against him, but he doesn't plot against others. Who will talk about this matter? Su Chen thought to himself, and finally chose Yan Nanshan. He left the courtyard, came to where Yan Nanshan and the others were. Dingpeng, Yan Nanshan, and Li Chintao lived in the same courtyard. Sensing Su Heo's breath, the three opened their eyes at the same time and came out of their rooms. Yasu Yajin and Zhu Yiren are going to Qinglang Temple tomorrow, but we need to use courtesy before force. Mr. Yan, please go to Qinglang Temple and tell them that Liu Shengyejian and Zhu Yiren are going to the mountain to ask for help tomorrow. In Zhu Yiren's name, you don't have to show up. Su Chen said. Okay. Yan Nanshan nodded. As a man in the martial arts world, he is very familiar with this set of rules. My lord, are you going to take action? Li Chenzhao said on the side. When he said he was going to take action, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. What Li Chenzhao believed in all his life was fists. Fists are power. In the previous life, because he was suspicious of his brother Liu Sufeng, he led to discord between the brothers. Later, he delayed rescuing his wife Zhao Shiring, which led to Zhao Shiring's tragic death. He was disheartened and finally died after taking a blow from Zhu Ziawu, the great heavenly king. In his previous life, he was a failure. Although he failed, the spirit in him was not defeated. In the great Zhao dynasty, martial arts are respected, and the martial arts masters are the overlords of the world. For him, it is the most suitable martial arts world. The world is the martial arts world, and the martial arts world is the world. Although he was born a little late, he has a stage to display his talents. Su Chen has not arranged a position for him yet. In the Qinglang Club, he is a dragon head, and if he goes to Xian'an Pavilion, he will be the East Pavilion Master. He has not chosen yet, because he still has a spirit in his heart, a spirit of frustration and regret in his previous life. He needs to vent. Only by venting, his mental defects or weaknesses can be compensated, and his martial arts cultivation can be further improved. Although his current strength is the 9 difficulties of heaven and man, there are countless warriors in the great Zhao dynasty, and the same is true for the strong. He will not underestimate the warriors in this world. See what the Qinglang Temple does, Su Chen said in a deep voice. While they were talking, Yan Nanshan had already left and headed for the Qinglang Temple. Outside the Qinglang Temple, there was silence. The huge Buddhist temple seemed a little desolate, and the gate was closed. Inside the gate, on the gravel walkway, 2 young monks were holding brooms and sweeping the courtyard. The 9 northern counties were different from the capital, and everything had not yet begun to revive. Suddenly, outside the Qinglang Temple, Yan Nanshan, dressed in black and wearing a bamboo hat, appeared. He jumped and appeared on the roof at the entrance of the Qinglang Temple. Tomorrow at noon, Liu Shengyejian and Zhu Yiren from the Qinglang Society will come to the Qinglang Temple and ask the Qinglang Temple to hand over the person who killed Zhu Zioren, the Hall Master of the Qinglang Society. A loud voice echoed in the Qinglang Temple. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A deep voice came from the Qinglang Temple. This deep voice appeared like a huge bell, forming a wave of air towards Yan Nanshan. The master in the Qinglang Temple took action. But when this wave of air rushed towards Yan Nanshan, a burst of energy appeared on Yan Nanshan's body, directly blocking the wave of air, and with the help of the impact of this wave of air, his body shot back violently, without stopping at all. He came here just to pass on the message, not to fight. There was no need to collide with the other party. The figure landed and turned to leave. After Yan Nanshan left, a figure appeared outside the Qinglang temple. It was a monk with a burly and fat body. Judging from his body movement just now, this person was fat, but his lightness skill was absolutely amazing. He looked at Yan Nanshan, who left with a sharp look, frowned slightly, and turned to enter the Qinglang temple. Another place, Qinglang temple, central hall. There were 4 people sitting, headed by an old monk wearing a golden cassock, thin and looking like an ordinary monk. He was the abbot of Qinglang temple, Master Feud, and next to him sat 3 people. The 3 people were wearing Qinglang temple Dharma King robes. They were the 3 Dharma Kings of Qinglang temple. Like the abbot of Qinglang temple, Feud, they are all powerful men who have reached the 9 levels of heaven and man. Chapter 379. I don't know if my sword can still drink blood today. The Qinglang society is here. What do the 3 Dharma Kings think? Said the leading monk Feud. The Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren of the Qinglang society are a bit arrogant. If they come tomorrow, I, the abbot, will stop them. One of the 3 Dharma Kings said. Does he Dharma King? Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren are probably not simple. According to the information we got earlier, Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren are from the headquarters of the Qinglang society. I'm afraid they are not so easy to deal with. What's more, we are still in the closed temple. It may not be good to fight directly. One of the old monks said. Dacheng Dharma King, now the strong men sent by other princes have withdrawn from the 9 northern counties, and our Qinglang temple does not need to be closed anymore. The Dharma King who spoke earlier said. From the titles, we can know that the person who spoke earlier was Dazi Dharma King, and the one who took over his words was Dacheng Dharma King, and the last monk was Baozi Dharma King. The 3 Dharma Kings of Qinglang temple, plus Feud, the abbot of Qinglang temple, who was in charge. They are the 4 strongest people in Qinglang temple. That's what I said, but after all, we were the ones who announced the closure of the temple. If we leave the temple again, it will damage the reputation of Qinglang temple. Mahayana Dharma King said in a deep voice. Are you going to hand Ling Zhe over? Handing Ling Zhe over will not only be a shame for Qinglang temple, but will also offend Du Guwenyi. Dazi Dharma King said in a cold voice. You two, this matter is actually very simple. We can use the arrival of Qinglang society to announce the end of our closure. After all, people have entered Qinglang temple, so it is normal for us to fight back. The remaining Baozi Dharma King said. Hearing what Baozi Dharma King said, the eyes of the other 3 lit up. Indeed, they can use this matter to announce the departure of Qinglang temple. The Qinglang society is probably not as simple as we thought. Be careful of Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren. After all, they are not strong enough to cross the river. They dare to come to my Qinglang temple, which shows that they are very confident in their own strength. Tomorrow, Dharma King Dazi, you and Dharma King Baozi will go to meet Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren. Abbot Feud said. When he spoke, the fat monk who had taken action earlier stepped into the hall. Zhu and Kun, do you know who is coming? Abbot Feud said. Abbot, the 3 Dharma Kings, the person who came is very powerful. I haven't met him. The monk who came said. Is that so? You go down first and inform the monks in the temple not to walk around casually tomorrow. Abbot Feud said. Yes. Monk Zuankan bowed and left the hall. At this time, the news that Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren of the Qinglang society would go to Qinglang temple tomorrow in Longbei County spread throughout Longbei County and quickly spread outside. Suddenly, many spies and some surrounding warriors came to Longbei County city. Qinglang temple was originally the largest force in the 9 northern counties. Qinglang Club is now the largest force in the 9 northern counties. The collision of these 2 forces is definitely exciting. The next day, many warriors had gathered outside Qinglang temple, all of whom came to watch the battle overnight. Why did the Qinglang Club come to Qinglang temple? Could it be that they want to eradicate Qinglang temple? Although Qinglang temple was suppressed and closed, its strength is still there. Will the Qinglang Club have the strength to take down Qinglang temple? Who knows? However, how can a mountain accommodate 2 tigers? I'm afraid there will be a bloody battle today. Many people were discussing The topic of discussion was Qinglang Club and Qinglang Temple. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. As noon gradually approached, the warriors watching the battle were all nervous. They knew about Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren before they came. After all, Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren had appeared before, but their true appearance had not been seen. I don't know if I can see their true appearance this time. With everyone's expectation. It's noon. Two people appeared on the stone road at the mountain pass. It was Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren. Liu Shengyajian had two long swords, one large and one small, inserted at his waist. Zhu Yiren held a very wide long sword in his hand. After the two appeared, their figures were like ghosts, constantly changing, and appeared in front of the Qinglang Temple. Here they are. Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren from the Qinglang Society are here. The sword energy on them is too terrifying. It feels like you will die if you get close. Some people sensed the sword energy emanating from Zhu Yiren and Liu Shengyajian, and couldn't help but retreat. Creak when the two appeared. The gate of Qinglang Temple slowly opened. A figure walked out from inside. It was really the monk Zuan-kun who appeared earlier. You two, this temple has no grudges with you. Qinglang Society, why do you come to challenge my Qinglang Temple? Zuan-kun looked at the two and said, bang. At this time, Zhu Yiren stuck the long sword in the ground, pressed the hilt with both hands, and looked at monk Zuan-kun with a sharp gaze. He said in a cold voice, Ling's killed my brother Zhu Ziworen. Now he is in Qinglang Temple. You Qinglang Temple should hand him over. As long as you hand him over, we will turn around and leave. Was Qinglang Club's leader Zhu Ziworen killed by Lings of Qinglang Temple? It seems that Qinglang Temple took the lead in attacking Qinglang Club. Now they are here to ask for him. Do you think Qinglang Temple will hand over that Lings? Definitely not. If Lings is handed over, it will be a big blow to Qinglang Temple. Some people began to discuss in a low voice. At this time, Chen would also be in the crowd, with his eyes narrowed. It was no small matter for Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren to come to Qinglang Temple. But this Qinglang Temple did not let the strong men of Xian and Jiunan show up to connect. Instead, it sent monk Zuan-kun to meet Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren. Ling Zhe is my disciple of Qinglang Temple. How can I hand him over to you? You two should go back to where you came from. Monk Zuan-kun said in a deep voice. Qinglang Temple was ready to take advantage of the arrival of Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yiren from Qinglang Society to announce the end of the Qinglang Temple's mountain closure. From what you said, you don't want to hand him over. Zhu Yiren looked at monk Zuan-kun with gloomy eyes and said in a deep voice, what if we must take Ling Zhe away today? Then it depends on whether you two have the ability to do it. Hearing Zhu Yiren's words, Zuan-kun said coldly. When the voice fell, Zhu Yiren had already raised his sword and slashed at monk Zuan-kun with one sword. Monk Zuan-kun's eyes condensed. He didn't expect that Zhu Yiren would do it. As soon as he said it, he clenched his palm into a fist, and a layer of metallic luster appeared on his fist. He wanted to use his fist to block Zhu Yiren's sword. But when his fist was about to touch the long sword, Zhu Yiren turned his palm, and in an instant, a dark sword light, like an aurora, flashed in front of Zuan-kun. Thrust. Zhu Yiren sheathed the long sword in his hand, looked at the monk Zuan-kun coldly and said, sword out, blood back. I don't know if my sword can still drink blood today. Chapter 380. Pressure. Qinglang Temple. Two Dharma Kings appear. Monk Zuan-kun wanted to speak, but no sound came out. A blood mark appeared between his eyebrows. Plop. He fell directly to the ground. This one sword kills instantly. Zuan-kun was killed instantly by Zhu Yiren. This Zhu Yiren appeared before, but he was not so strong. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people watching the battle changed. First of all, they did not expect Zhu Yiren to be so strong. And secondly, he killed people without saying anything. Is this going to fight with Qinglang Temple? This Qinglang Society doesn't look like they are here to take people away. Many people felt that something was wrong. They retreated one after another, keeping their distance to avoid being accidentally injured by the two sides during the fight. In the dark, four people wearing bamboo hats, looking at the scene in front of Qinglang Temple were Su Chen and the other 4. I wonder what kind of people will appear in Qinglang Temple, Yan Nanshan said. His tone was calm, and he was not surprised at all that Zhu Yiren took action directly. In fact, no matter what, Ling Zhe is a disciple of Qinglang Temple. Zhu Yiren's death must be related to Qinglang Temple. Qinglang Temple is one of the ancestral lands of Tantric Buddhism. It has been in Longbei County for 1,000 years. How could it be forced to leave by Qinglang society? Destroying Qinglang Temple is the best choice. To be an enemy, you must try to weaken the opponent's strength. Of course, Qinglang Temple is the ancestral land of Tantric Buddhism. It has been passed down for a long time. From the Life and Death Tripitaka, we know the foundation of Qinglang Temple, so we can't be careless. But this time, including him, there are 5 great heavens and 9 difficulties. Even if Qinglang Temple cannot be destroyed, it will definitely make Qinglang Temple reveal some trump cards. Let Qinglang Temple dare not underestimate their Qinglang society. In this way, Qinglang society will have time to develop. At this time, the warriors watching the battle on the scene had different reactions. Some spies quickly sent pigeons to spread the situation here. Among them was in the distance. 2 people wearing brocade robes and bamboo hats looked at the situation in front of the Qinglang Temple and couldn't help but look at each other. Mufeng, this Qinglang society is really domineering. They kill people as soon as they make a move, and they kill people at the gate of Qinglang Temple. Do they really think that Qinglang Temple is so easy to deal with? The person who spoke showed surprise on his face. Under the bamboo hat next to him was a middle-aged man. If outsiders saw him, they would know that this person was Zi Mufeng, the current governor of Longbei County, and the person next to him was his guest official Lin Dongren. He was also a good friend of the governor Zi Mufeng. Dongren, don't underestimate the Qinglang society. It is the real winner of the 9 northern counties. With Lingnan County and Shanmen as its base, it is expanding openly. In addition, the Qinglang society is secretly fighting between princes. It took down the 2 major killer organizations in the 9 northern counties and became the #1 killer organization in the open. In the end, it succeeded in making Su Chen the leader of the Shanmen, the leader of the martial arts world in the 9 northern counties. His methods and strength are extraordinary. This time, with the help of Zhu Yiren's matter, I'm afraid they want to test the bottom line of the Qinglang Temple. Think about it, now that you have become the leader of the martial arts world in the 9 northern counties, will you let a tiger lie in your territory all the time? And this tiger is not only powerful, it will also attack you at any time. The early bird catches the worm. This time, as long as the Qinglang society suppresses the Qinglang Temple, then the martial arts world of the 9 northern counties will truly belong to the Qinglang society. Zi Mufeng, the mayor of Longbei County, said in a deep voice, Mufeng, if the Qinglang society is so strong, it will be bad for us to rule Longbei County. Lin Dongren beside him said in a deep voice, there is nothing bad about it. With the Qinglang society suppressing it, Longbei County will be peaceful and nothing will happen. This is what we need. What's more, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. I just don't know if Su Chen from Shanmen will show up. I really want to get in touch with him. If Su Chen shows up today, it means that his status in the Qinglang society is not ordinary. Maybe it's my chance. Zi Mufeng said here, his eyes shining. Mufeng, you want to use Su Chen's power? Lin Dongren beside him heard Zi Mufeng's words. His face was startled and he said, it depends on whether Su Chen will show up. If Su Chen can show up, it means that Su Chen's status in the Qinglang society is not ordinary and can help me get revenge. Zi Mufeng said in a deep voice. Hey. Hearing this, Lin Dongren sighed and said nothing more. He looked at the front of the temple. At this time, 12 monks appeared in the Qinglang Temple. These monks held golden long sticks and stood in a row. The long sticks in their hands pointed at Zhu Yiren. These monks had a strong aura. Their realms were all in the realm of heaven and man. The display of Qinglang Temple was a manifestation of strength. It's just that the aura of these people was different from that of ordinary Buddhists. They had a heavy evil spirit, which was different from the aura emitted by the monks of Qinglang Temple that Su Chen and others had contacted before. Qinglang Temple is a Buddhist place, and Buddhism and martial arts are equally important. It's just that the practice of Buddhism of these 12 monks is much weaker. Qinglang Temple, 12 monks with sticks. I wonder who will come out? Zimu Feng looked at the 12 people who came out and said softly. When he finished speaking, 2 figures walked out of the temple. When these 2 figures appeared, a surge of energy was like a wave, coming towards Zhu Yiren and Liu Shengyijian. Liu Shengyijian and Zhu Yiren's eyes condensed at the same time, and their ki energy instantly surged to resist the impact of the ki wave. Dazhi Dharma King and Baozi Dharma King. Seeing the arrival of the 2 people, the spectators were extremely shocked. The 2 who appeared were 2 of the 3 Dharma Kings of Qinglang Temple. They were also the 2 who were second only to the abbot of Qinglang Temple among the 3 abbots of Qinglang Temple. This battle is worth watching. Seeing this scene, the spectators were shocked and excited. If this battle broke out, it could be said to be a shocking battle. At this time, in the main hall of Qinglang Temple, Abbot Feud and Mahayana Dharma King were standing in the hall. Brother, do you really want to provoke this fight? This Qinglang society dares to come to our Qinglang Temple, and I'm afraid that many masters have come. Once we fight with Qinglang society, it will not be a good thing for our Qinglang Temple. Mahayana Dharma King spoke beside Feud. I'm not worried about how many masters the other side will have. I'm worried about how to get the tail. Do you know why I let Dazhi and Baozi take action? Abbot Feud said. Please explain it to me, senior brother. Mahayana Dharma King said. Dazhi and Baozi are both strong-willed. They practice the heaven and earth destroying God Palm and wisdom and action secret heart sutra of my Qinglang Temple. Although their strength is improving, they have never realized how to transform ki into the sea. Letting them fight with the people of Qinglang society may help them understand a little bit of the artistic conception of transforming ki into the sea, which will be helpful for their future practice. Moreover, I want to see the trump card of this Qinglang society. Only when they show their trump card, I will know whether we should continue to fight with them. Abbot Feud said in a deep voice. From Abbot Feud's words, we can know that he is testing Qinglang society. Chapter 381. Careful and careful, I won't give you a chance to break through. My lord, 2 of the 3 Dharma Kings of Qinglang Temple have come out, and it seems that they want to test us. Li Chenzhao, who was beside Su Chen, said. Both of us are testing each other to see who has more cards to show. Su Chen said. Qinglang Temple is a 1,000-year-old temple, and one of the ancestral sites of Tantric Buddhism. Although Zhu Yiren found only 4 Shinran Jiunan masters, Su Chen believed that Qinglang Temple would definitely not have only 4 Shinran Jiunan masters. Next, it depends on what the 2 Dharma Kings of Qinglang Temple do. Yi Shengyijian, Zhu Yiren, you killed the head of Qinglang Temple in front of my Qinglang Temple, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Dazhi Dharma King looked at Liu Shengyijian and the 2 and said coldly. We Qinglang society have no conflict with you Qinglang Temple, but your Qinglang Temple sent people to kill the head of Qinglang society. You should give us an explanation. Zhu Yiren said coldly. Answer me, I will give you an explanation first. The Dharma King Dazhi suddenly flashed and shot towards Zhu Yiren. He raised his palm, and a dark red energy burst out from his palm, which he grabbed into a fist. Then he shot towards Zhu Yiren. But at the moment he shot, Zhu Yiren also moved. He shot out, slashed with the long sword in his hand, and the sword like lightning, and thunder exploded in the air, sweeping towards the fist that was bombarding. Clang clang clang. The thunder-like sword light collided violently with the red fist, causing the surrounding air to make a series of explosion-like sounds. The surrounding gravel on the ground rose up under the collision of their energy, and then was shattered. I have already figured out your strength, and I will send you off. The voice of the Dharma King Dazhi, who was fighting with Zhu Yiren, came out. Bang! Then a muffled groan sounded. Zhu Yiren's figure was shocked and retreated several steps, and a trace of blood flowed from the wrist holding the sword. But Zhu Yiren didn't care about the blood on his wrist. He looked at the Dharma King Dazhi with a sharp look. He didn't stop at all. He kicked the ground and shot out in an instant. He slashed with the sword in his hand. The sword energy was thunderous and the cold light shot out. He wanted to use the pressure of the Dharma King Dazi to make him take that step. Just as he shot forward, suddenly, 3 figures shot out from the temple. After the 3 people appeared, they attacked Zhu Yiren at the same time. One of them punched, and the golden light flashed in the fist force, with a hot energy. One of them pointed his finger, and attacked Zhu Yiren's chest directly. The other one, with the posture of a hawk fighting a rabbit, grabbed Zhu Yiren's head with his palm like a claw. It seems that he has a great skill. The 3 people attacked, and the energy wave surged, locking Zhu Yiren. Zhu Yiren, who had drawn his sword, immediately turned the long sword in his hand, forming a sword drain screen in front of him. Bang! 3 energy fell. Zhu Yiren was shocked and retreated. The crack of his knuckles became bigger. Blood flowed out along the sword. The attack was successful. The 3 figures fell in front of Zhu Yiren. 3 monks came out at once to deal with Zhu Yiren. Seeing this situation, the spectators did not expect it. Zhu Yiren, you want to use me to hone your sword intention and help you enter the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. It's really a fantasy. The retreating Dazi Dharma King said coldly. I didn't expect that Dazi Dharma King actually saw Zhu Yiren's intention. It's really not simple. Chen, who was watching the battle, exclaimed in admiration. These 3 people are not in the information we checked before. From the aura, the strength of these 3 people is in the 6th difficulty of heaven and man, close to the 7th difficulty of heaven and man. The 3 people joined forces and showed a fighting power that is not weaker than Zhu Yiren. Yan Nanshan, who was beside Chen, said in a deep voice, "Kill." At this time, Zhu Yiren shouted, and the energy on his body burst out. The long sword in his hand slashed out instantly, and the sword energy slashed out instantly, divided into 3 parts, attacking the 3 people. This sword energy can't hurt us. The 3 of them shouted at the same time and threw punches. The speed, strength, and timing of the 3 punches were surprisingly consistent. Clang! The violent ki gathered together to form a ki gang, blocking Zhu Yiren's sword. After the sword light, the ki gang disappeared. There was no winner in this attack. Zhu Yiren narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his feet, and the next moment he appeared in front of the 3 people, and the long sword in his hand slashed again. At this moment, the 3 people also threw punches to block Zhu Yiren's extremely sharp sword energy. The 2 sides continued to collide and burst out with brilliant flames and powerful vibrating ki energy, which went in all directions, causing pain in people's eardrums. The battle was fierce and entered a white-hot stage all of a sudden. Zhu Yiren's sword energy was sharp, but the 3 people opposite him cooperated very well, and the ki energy gathered together to block Zhu Yiren's attack. Moreover, the opponent did not want to win, but just delayed Zhu Yiren. This is also the reason why the Great Wisdom Dharma King sent these 3 people to deal with Zhu Yiren, just to not give Zhu Yiren a chance to break through. From this point of view, the Dharma King Dazi is very thoughtful. Ya Jiu Yijian, I really want to know where you, Qinglang Society, got the confidence to come to my Qinglang temple. The Dharma King Dazi turned to look at Ya Jiu Yijian and punched him. Seeing the other parties move, Ya Jiu Yijian's eyes condensed, but a sharp sword energy immediately appeared around his body, and the sword energy spread and gathered in his hands. The long sword was unsheathed, and it turned into a violent sword light and slashed at the Dharma King Dazi. Ya Jiu Yijian's sword is different from Zhu Yiren's sword. Ya Jiu Yijian's sword is not only sharp, but also more powerful. The long sword chopped, using himself as the base point, and chopped out one sword after another, with more force than the other. When he chopped with the sword, the ground under his feet was stepped out by him, and a deep crack was formed, and the violent and cold sword energy spread in all directions. The people watching the battle were terrified by the sword energy, their pupils dilated, and their hair stood up. What a fierce swordsmanship! Under the cover of Liu Sheng's swordsmanship, the Great Wisdom Dharma King felt a chill, and the ki in his body quickly flowed, and his palms and wrists immediately turned golden. Then the fist collided with the sword energy, and it was unclear who would win for a while. Qinglang Society, are there only so many people you have? At this time, the Supreme Treasure Dharma King spoke. His voice was loud and there was a hint of mental attack, which made the people watching the battle feel like thunder in their minds. The people of Qinglong society have been suppressed. I don't know who will appear next. I hope it will be Su Chen. At this time, Zi Mufeng, the governor of Longbei County who was watching the battle not far away, spoke. I don't think so. At this time, Qinglong society is at a disadvantage. It's useless for Su Chen to come. Can he suppress Qinglong Temple with his title of martial arts leader? Lin Dongren, who was beside him, spoke. Keep watching. Zi Mufeng's eyes were cast on the battle in front of the temple. My lord, I will take down this supreme treasure monk. Yan Nanshan spoke. Liu Sheng Yijian had just entered the 9 difficulties of heaven and man, but Yan Nanshan was not. He could suppress and kill the supreme treasure Dharma King. Qinglong Temple forced us to show up, so we will show up together and meet this Qinglong Temple. Su Chen said. Chapter 382. The abbot of Qinglong Temple appears in person. Judging from the current situation, Qinglong Temple is not so easy to deal with, and there is no need for him to hide. Fight Qinglong Temple openly. In front of Qinglong Temple, it became quiet. The 3 people who fought with Zhu Yiren also stopped and guarded against Zhu Yiren. As for Liu Sheng Yijian and the Great Wisdom Dharma King who were fighting fiercely, the 2 also stood with their spirits after the fierce battle, and their auras were locked on each other. Once they fight again, it will become more intense. The atmosphere was quiet, with pressure. Suddenly, 4 figures walked out of the crowd. Su Chen, the leader, took off his hat and walked towards the door of Qinglong Temple, step by step. Behind him, Li Chenhao and the other 3 also took off their hats and followed Su Chen. Appeared. Zi Mufeng behind the crowd saw the light flashing in the eyes of Su Chen, the leader. Dingpeng, Yan Nanshan, there is another person who has not appeared, but he should also be the leader of the Qinglong society. Lin Dongren, who was beside Zi Mufeng, said in a deep voice. The point is not this. Look at Su Chen. He actually walked in the front, which shows that his position in the Qinglong society is definitely not simple. Zi Mufeng said. But isn't he Dingpeng's disciple? Lin Dongren frowned and said. It's true that he is Dingpeng's disciple, but who stipulates that he is Dingpeng's disciple and has no other status in the Qinglong society? Zi Mufeng said. He was in a good mood at the moment. Su Chen's status might be higher than he expected. In this case, if he contacts Su Chen or is loyal to Su Chen, he should be able to take revenge. That's Su Chen, and behind him are Yan Nanshan, Dingpeng, and the one I don't know. Isn't Dingpeng injured? Why is his aura so strong? Has his injury recovered? Some people began to discuss in a low voice. Bao's He Foang, let me introduce myself. I'm the junior leader of the Shan sect and the leader of the martial arts world of the 9 northern counties, Su Chen. These 3 are Yan Nanshan, the 5th dragon leader of the Qinglong society, Dingpeng, the 6th dragon leader, and Li Chenhao, the 3rd dragon leader. This time we came here just to ask your temple to give us, Qinglong society, an explanation. Su Chen was calm, and there was no tension in his eyes. Hearing Su Chen's words, the Bao's He Foang's eyes condensed, and then light flashed in his eyes. The outside world has said that you, Su Chen, are just a puppet pushed out by the Qinglong society. Today, I see that it is not the case. Bao's He Foang looked at Su Chen and said. His voice was loud and there was a feeling of vibrating the eardrum. But when his sound wave approached Su Chen's aura suddenly rose. His bones clanged, and a stream of blood rushed out, shaking off the sound vibration. He did not use ki, but just mobilized the strength and blood of his flesh. Bao's He Dharma King, I'm not worthy of your probing. We came here to seek justice. Qinglong Temple announced the closure of the temple earlier. According to the rules of the Jianghu, it cannot take action again. Now someone from your temple has taken action to kill the leader of our Qinglong club. We now ask your temple to first hand over the person and take him away. Second, Qinglong Temple should issue a notice to admit that it has not been strict in discipline. Third, compensate Qinglong Club for 10 Vajra indestructible pills that you have refined. Su Chen looked at Bao's He Dharma King and said. At this time, in the main hall of Qinglong Temple, Abbot Feud and Dharma King Dacheng also knew that Su Chen had appeared and made demands. This Su Chen is really not simple. He came up and put pressure on King Lang Temple. Abbot Feud said in a deep voice. Brother Abbot, what should we do now? Should we help our brothers and them? Dharma King Dacheng said. Hearing the words of the Mahayana Dharma King, the Abbot Feud frowned slightly. The three people who appeared later on the other side were all masters of the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. The Dharma King Baos he could not handle them alone. At this time, they, King Lang Temple, could not lose the battle, so they had to send out masters to resist these 3 people. Go and ask the 2 monks Fu Ming and Fu Khan from the Buddhist temple to go out of the temple to help the Dharma King Baozi. Abbot Feud said. The monks of King Lang Temple actually mean to sit in charge. Being able to sit in charge of an ancient tantric temple like King Lang Temple shows the strength of these 2 people. And judging from their Dharma names, these 2 people are of the same generation as Abbot Feud. Okay. The Mahayana Dharma King immediately walked out of the hall. Inside the hall, Abbot Feud frowned. The strength displayed by King Lang Club surprised him. Originally, he thought that the strong man of the 9 difficulties of heaven and man in King Lang Club was the dragon head, but now he overturned this idea. Because Liu Shengyi Jian is a warrior of Shan Ren Ji Yunnan, but Liu Shengyi Jian is not the dragon head. This means that there are more than 7 Shan Ren Ji Yunnan warriors in the King Lang society. Where on earth did such a force come from, occupying the 9 northern counties at this time? Abbot Fudi muttered. Liu Khan. Abbot Fudi then said to the temple gate. Outside the temple gate, a young monk stepped in. Master, is there anything you want to order? Then Ling Zhe will be well taken care of. Maybe he will be handed over at that time. Fudi said in a deep voice. Master, Ling Zhe is a lay disciple of our King Lang Temple. If he is handed over, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the reputation of our King Lang Temple. The monk Liu Kang said. What reputation does my King Lang Temple still have now? We were forced to close the temple and were bullied to go up the mountain. Now my King Lang Temple has lost its reputation, not to mention that we previously told no one to go out and take action, but this Ling Zhe assassinated Zhu Zioran of King Lang Society. This is to make us, King Lang Temple, confront King Lang Society and also to give King Lang Society an excuse to take action against us. Someone wants to use our King Lang Temple to test the strength of King Lang Society. Abbot Feud showed a trace of worry on his face when he said this. He is the abbot of King Lang Temple and he cannot escape from the current situation. Master, with the foundation of our King Lang Temple, we can deal with the people outside. Yes, we can deal with them. After dealing with them, we will fight with King Lang Society. Once the fight continues, our King Lang Temple may disappear in these 9 northern counties. You should know that the King Lang Society is now the leader of the martial arts world of the 9 northern counties and can mobilize all the forces of the northern martial arts world to deal with our King Lang Temple. Abbot Feud said. Hearing this, Monk Lekan said, these forces dare to attack our King Lang Temple. Aren't they afraid that we will destroy them? This is what I said before. Our reputation will no longer be there after the King Lang Society comes to our King Lang Temple today. They won't be afraid anymore. Abbot Feud said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Monk Lekan didn't know what to say. There is another very important thing for you to do. You are the same age as Su Chen. I want you to challenge Su Chen and defeat him. In this way, it can also be regarded as restoring some reputation for my King Lang Temple. Abbot Feud looked at Monk Lekan and said. Chapter 383, Sword Will, Mental Attack. Master, rest assured, I will definitely defeat Su Chen. Monk Lekan said. He had read Su Chen's information and found that he was average and not his opponent. He was very confident about this point because he was the strongest of the younger generation of King Lang Temple. Don't underestimate Su Chen. He has not shown his ability for so many years. His strength is definitely not what he shows on the surface. You must go all out. You are the most talented person of this generation of King Lang Temple. The 3 of you are practicing together. If you try your best to deal with Su Chen, it will be no problem to defeat him. Abbot Feud said. Then Master, when will I challenge Su Chen? Monk Lekan said. Then, Mahayana Dharma King Please ask your two uncles to come out. You will follow the two uncles out of the temple and see the situation first. If they cannot suppress each other, challenge Su Chen and let the victory between the two of you settle the matter." Abbot Feud said. Yes. Monk Lekan took the order and left. After Monk Lekan left, a man walked out from the back of the hall. He was dressed in black and had a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. I didn't expect Abbot Feud to be so scared before the fight even started. The man said in a deep voice. It's not because of stage fright, but because I don't want Qinglang Temple to be destroyed in my hands. Abbot Feud said. Isn't decline equal to destruction? The man continued. As long as the power of Qinglang Temple is still there is still time to rise. Once the power is gone, Qinglang Temple will not only have no time to recover, but also no ability to rise. Feud's voice seemed very calm at this time. Your Highness asked me to take Ling's away. I wonder if the abbot agrees? The man said. Ling's can't leave, and I won't let him go. He has made his own mistakes, so he needs to bear them himself. Feud said coldly. In that case, neither the eldest prince nor the great general king will be happy. The man said in a deep voice. Don't use the eldest prince and the great general king to threaten me. When Abbot Feud spoke, two rays of light shot out of his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came towards the man in black. The man in black was shocked. He didn't expect Abbot Feud to attack him. He immediately sent out his breath to resist, but his breath was directly shattered under the attack of Abbot Feud's momentum, and then a huge force fell on his body. Not only was his body under heavy pressure, but his spirit was also hit at this moment, and his eyeballs felt like they were bulging out. Abbot! He shouted two words with all his strength. This is Qinglang Temple, not a place where you can be presumptuous. When Abbot Feud spoke, the huge pressure of momentum and mental pressure just receded like a tide. The man in black, whose face had recovered, looked at Abbot Feud with horror in his heart. Thank you, Abbot, please show mercy. After saying that, he turned around and left without mentioning Ling Zhe's matter again. Ling Zhe's life was out of his control, so it was better to leave. But when he stepped out of the hall, a trace of hatred appeared in the eyes of the man in black. If you are infected by my Xianfo secret sutra, if you don't find it in time, I will save you, and no one will be able to save you. Abbot Feud looked at the black-clothed man who left and said coldly in his heart. At this time, outside the Qinglang Temple, everyone was waiting for the reaction of Qinglang Temple. Here they come. Su Chen, who had been paying attention to the dynamics in Qinglang Temple, sensed two powerful auras, and looked at the entrance of Qinglang Temple. Three figures walked out of the temple, two old monks walked in front, and a young monk followed behind. Who are the three? Some people didn't know the identities of the three people and asked softly. I don't know the two monks, but I know that young monk. That is the disciple of Abbot Master Feud, Master Lianikong, whose strength has reached the three difficulties of heaven and man. It is rumored that he has also cultivated all three bodies, which is much stronger than the three difficulties of heaven and man. Some people help to explain. To heavenly 9 difficulties, 1 heavenly 3 difficulties. Yan Nanshan's voice sounded in Su Chen's ears. Is that so? It seems that Qinglang Temple is going to fight us. Su Chen said softly after hearing Yan Nanshan's voice transmission. 3 people just walked out of the temple. 2 of them, together with the Dharma King Dazi and the Dharma King Baoski, are 4 Shanren. They correspond to the warriors of Shanren on his side. As for the young monk who appeared, he should be coming for him. This Qinglang Temple is really calculating. Su Chen thought to himself. Master Su, if you want to explain, then let's fight first. The Dharma King Baozi said coldly. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Liu Sheng's sword moved. He hadn't had enough fun fighting with the Dharma King Dazi just now. He raised the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a strong sword energy burst out from him. The Dharma King Dazi opposite him had a condensed look in his eyes. This sword made him feel a sense of pressure. And he also knew that he couldn't dodge. If he dodged, Liu Sheng's sword would increase the speed of the sword in an instant, causing him a fatal blow. Vajra Tyrant Fist. Even though he was suppressed, the Dharma King Dazi still threw a punch. His fist blasted out. The fist was mighty, and golden light appeared on his fist, like a wave, attacking Liu Shanghai's sword. Liu Shanghai's sword. One sword slashed out. At this moment, one of them was majestic and unstoppable, and the other was full of sword energy, splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Boom. The fist and sword collided with each other. There was a roar, and the airwave formed spread to the surroundings. After the blow, neither of them retreated, but continued to fight. However, the Dharma King Daz's punch this time was as fast as lightning, carrying golden energy, and it went towards Liu Shanghai's sword. Liu Shanghai's sword did not stop, and slashed out with a sword. It was just a test before, but now it is a real battle, and the winner must be determined. Bang, bang, bang. After a few moves, the two were knocked back several steps by the two airwaves. At this moment, blood was dripping from the wrist of the Dharma King Dazi, and Liu Shengyijian's sword hand was shaking. Both of them were injured this time. Neither of them cared about this, and they stared at each other closely. Especially Liu Shengyijian. He was full of fighting spirit at this moment. The Dharma King Dazi put a lot of pressure on him, and only with such pressure could he make further progress in his swordsmanship. He stepped forward. Just as he stepped forward, a spiritual power suddenly burst out from the Dharma King Dazi. This power instantly rushed into Liu Shengyijian's spiritual space. Spiritual power. Sensing this spiritual fluctuation, Su Chen's eyes first condensed, and then relaxed. Liu Shengyijian's swordsmanship will is not something that everyone can break. This is a person who killed his wife to prove his sword. Liu Shengyijian stepped forward and paused. His spiritual space seemed to be covered by a huge iron net, and could not be penetrated. The mental suppression made Liu Shengyijian's heart feel heavy, and he felt like he was going to stop, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just when everyone thought that Liu Shengyijian was going to be seriously injured, a ruthless sword will appeared on Liu Shengyijian's body. This sword will was indestructible and directly shattered the iron net of the spiritual space. Kill. Then he shouted in a low voice, and the long sword in his hand slashed out instantly. The sword light directly shattered the mental attack of the Great Wisdom Dharma King. When the mental attack was shattered, the Great Wisdom Dharma King was like being hit by a huge hammer, and his eyes turned black. However, the residual power of Liu Shengyijian's sword did not stop, and continued to go towards the Great Wisdom Dharma King. Demon Suppression 5-Element Palm. At this time, the Baozhi Dharma King on the side took action, and slapped his palm, like a mountain of 5-element, trying to block Liu Shengyijian's sword. Chapter 384, Comprehensive Suppression. Liu Khan goes to fight. The knife came out. The small building listened to the spring rain all night. A cold knife aura appeared like a crescent moon, and slashed directly at the palm of the hand slapped out by the Dharma King Baozhi. The face of the Dharma King Baozhi who made the move changed. The knife was too sharp. If he did not block it with his backhand, his palm would be cut off by this knife. Instinctively, the palm of the hand that made the move slapped back the attacking knife aura. Swish. The Dharma King Dazi also sensed the sword aura of Liu Shengyijian in a hurry. His body moved a little slower, and his left arm was directly cut off by the sword aura of Liu Shengyijian. Ah! The Dharma King Dazi screamed. His mind recovered in this pain, and his body retreated rapidly. He wanted to retreat, but Liu Shengyijian would not. His body shot out violently, and the long sword in his hand slashed out instantly. He wanted to kill the Dharma King Dazi with one sword. Save all living beings. At this moment, Fuming and Fukong, who were watching the battle, suddenly attacked at the same time. The golden energy in their palms burst out, forming an airwave, which hit the sword of Liu Sheng. The reason why the two attacked at the same time was to prevent someone from the Qinglang Society from attacking again. Boom. At this moment, a huge energy locked onto the two. Li Chenzhao, who was behind Su Chen, stepped out. Li Chenzhao's face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were as bright as stars, especially the domineering aura emanating from him. The domineering aura became a force, suppressing the figures of the two. Li Chenzhao, the third dragon head of the Qinglang Society. Su Chen just introduced Li Chenzhao's identity. He is the third dragon head of the Qinglang Society. Judging from the title, Li Chenzhao ranks third in the Qinglang Society, which shows that his identity is not simple. Fuming and Fukang were suppressed by the aura of the other party, and there was a trace of horror in their eyes. When two people fight, life and death are decided by fate. Is Qinglang Temple planning to win with more people? Li Chen's voice rang in the ears of the two men. You. Fuming wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. You two have already made a move. I will fight with you. Since Li Chenhao has already made a move, it is absolutely impossible for him not to do it. He wants to suppress the two great monks of Qinglang Temple alone. You want to fight with us? Looking at Li Chenhao, who was stepping forward, Fukang and Fuming's eyes condensed. However, Li Chenhao did not give them a chance to think. The momentum on his body surged, forming an aura that directly enveloped the two people. The fist that Li Chenhao practiced is power. The fist momentum is power, a kind of control over momentum, and controlling momentum can control everything. While controlling everything, punching to suppress everything. He is domineering and following the way of fist momentum. So strong. When Li Chenhao burst out with his domineering momentum, the warriors present all felt it. They can also sense the strength of Li Chenhao's aura. Boom. Their own momentum was suppressed, so Fukang and Fuming quickly burst out their own momentum to resist Li Chenhao's momentum. Qinglang Temple belongs to the Tantric Buddhism. They practice physical body, spirit, and Buddhism. So they burst out their momentum and some spiritual power to suppress Li Chenhao. This little spiritual attack is useless to me. Li Chenhao raised his hand and clenched his palm into a fist. Boom. He punched the two people with his fist directly, and the powerful fist instantly shattered their momentum and spiritual power. Then he fell towards the two people with the momentum of Mount Te. One person suppresses two people. Vajra indestructible fist. Sensing the fist power of Li Chenhao, the two roared and punched at the same time. The golden light flashed in their fists, and the force was strong and powerful, with the power to destroy everything. The fists of the two collided with Li Chenhao's fist. Under this force, the surrounding air seemed to be squeezed and deformed, and layers of blurred folds appeared. Bang! The ground under the feet of the two people collapsed directly, because of the huge force. After the blow, Li Chenhao did not stop. His figure soared into the air, and he instantly punched out two fists. The powerful fist force collided with the air, making an extremely harsh sound. The fist force was overbearing. He did not take the two great monks of Qinglang Temple seriously at all, and had a kind of momentum that looked down on the world. Li Chenhao was such a person. His fist could smash everything. Fukang and Fuming did not stop, and punched out at the same time. When the fist was thrown, the strong energy was mighty, and the dazzling golden light burst out from his fist, colliding with Li Chenhao's fist force. Bang! Bang! The two fist forces collided, making a deafening sound like thunder. The eardrums of some low-level warriors who were watching the battle were directly broken by this force, and a trace of blood flowed from their ears. Ah! At this time, swish! A dazzling sword light appeared, and after the sword light passed, a monk in front of Zhu Yiren was split into two. The sword energy was overbearing and sharp, and Zhu Yiren took action. Although he killed one person, the opponent's palm was also imprinted on his chest, and a hot flame palm print appeared on his chest. But Zhu Yiren seemed to have no perception, and didn't care about the palm print on his chest at all. He continued to kill the other two. The three people joined forces to suppress Zhu Yiren. Now Zhu Yiren risked his injury to kill one person, and the other two were no match for Zhu Yiren. His figure did not stop, and turned into a residual shadow, to kill the other two. The sword light flashed. Two figures fell to the ground. Puff! At this time, Zhu Yiren also spurted out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and the long sword in his hand supported the ground. In order to kill one person earlier, the opponent's palm power had already invaded his body, and then he did not heal his wounds, and used all his strength to kill the other two. Dragging his body, he slowly came to stand behind Xu Chen. This Zhu Yiren is really cruel. He risked his own injury to kill the three people from Qinglang Temple. The spectators looked at this scene and marveled in their hearts. Just as they sighed, another scream was heard. The Great Wisdom Dharma King, who was fighting with Liu Sheng, was split in half by the sword and fell to the ground. Blood flowed on the ground. This Qinglang society really didn't hold back when they attacked. How dare they? Seeing this, Lin Dongren, who was beside Zimu Feng, said in a deep voice. How can they suppress Qinglang Temple without bloodshed? Didn't you see that? Qinglang Temple didn't intend to fight hard at all. Li Chen's house suppressed the two monks Fu Ming and Fu Kan with his fists. It seems that he has not used his full strength yet, which makes people afraid. In addition, Yan Nanshan behind Su Chen has not attacked yet. In addition to Liu Sheng's sword that killed the Great Wisdom Dharma King, Qinglang Temple will have to send out at least 2 more Shinran Jiunan warriors. Zimu Feng said. At this stage, it depends on Lekan. He should appear to challenge Su Chen. Zimu Feng looked at Lekan who was standing and said. As the governor of Longbei County, he knew the people in Qinglang Temple. At this moment, the monk Liadakong had a solemn expression. He had thought that Qinglang Temple could suppress Su Chen. But he did not expect that it was not Qinglang Temple that suppressed the other party, but the other party that suppressed Qinglang Temple. Now was the time for him to challenge Su Chen. He stepped forward and said, Master Su, you and I are about the same age. Today, I challenge you on behalf of Qinglang Temple. If you win, I will satisfy your request on behalf of Qinglang Temple. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. Su Chen takes action and a battle begins. Looking at the monk Liadakong stepping out, Su Chen's face was calm. When this monk Liadakong appeared, he already knew that this monk Liadakong was coming to fight him. Master Liadakong really wants to fight me. Su Chen looked at Liadakong and said. Monks don't tell lies. Liadakong looked at Su Chen and said. Okay. When Su Chen's voice fell, he stepped forward. At this moment, the temple became quiet. Some people who were watching the fight were surprised, and some people looked clear. What was surprising was that the Qinglang Society now had the advantage, and I don't know why it gave up the advantage. Those who understood could see that the Qinglang Society did not want to continue the battle and cause a bigger fight. Qinglang Temple is a 1,000-year-old temple, the ancestral land of Tantric Buddhism. How could it not have a trump card? Now that Qinglang Temple took a step back, Su Chen also took a step back. Zimu Feng, who had been paying attention to Su Chen, looked at Su Chen who stepped forward, with a light flashing in his eyes. When Su Chen agreed to Liadakong, he did not hesitate at all. He did not ask Li Chen's how, Yan Nanshan and others. This shows that he has full authority to decide on this matter. I'm Liadakong, the young monk, and I learned from Abbot Feud. Monk Liadakong looked at Su Chen and said. Su Chen looked at Liadakong and recalled the information about Liadakong in his mind. Liadakong learned from Abbot Feud of Qinglang Temple and is the first of the younger generation of Qinglang Temple. He has practiced the 3-in-1 of body, spirit, and Buddhism. He is the successor selected by Abbot Feud. I'm the head of Shan sect and the leader of the martial arts world of the 9 northern counties. Su Chen said slowly. As soon as the words fell, Su Chen's body emitted a fierce aura. When this fierce aura came out, the people watching the battle around seemed to sense a beast. The faces of those who had previously despised Su Chen changed drastically. Take action. The fierce aura on Su Chen's body instantly swept towards the monk Liadakong. The monk Liadakong's eyes condensed, and golden energy flowed on his body, and then his body turned golden. Indestructible. Qinglang Temple, the method of physical cultivation. When cultivated to the extreme, the whole body will turn golden. When the method is circulated, and ordinary forces cannot cause any harm to it. Boom. At this moment, the demon-splitting Vajra ki in Su Chen's body circulated, and his body seemed to have grown invisibly. He kicked the ground with his foot. The ground shook, and he went directly to Monk Lekan like a steel giant. Boom. Monk Lekan punched out at this time. When he punched, Su Chen also punched out. Clang. The fists of the two people collided with each other, making a sound of metal colliding. Under the ki of the two fists, the air was torn apart and spread in all directions. The attack failed. Monk Lekan's eyes condensed. This Su Chen's physical strength is not inferior to mine. It's a bit difficult to defeat him in the physical body. Then let me see how your spiritual cultivation is. Lions roar. Monk Lekan shouted in a low voice as he retreated, and the sound rushed towards Su Chen like a bell. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his eyes flashed red, and the ki in his body formed a shield in front of him to resist the power of the sound wave. Boom. When Su Chen blocked the power of the sound wave, suddenly, a spiritual power came out from the monk Liadakang. In his perception, the spiritual power condensed into a knife and slashed towards him. At this moment, the air was windless and formed a frenzy, sweeping towards Su Chen. Although Su Chen practiced spiritual cultivation, he rarely used spiritual power. Looking at the approaching spiritual knife, Su Chen's blood and ki suddenly surged, and he wanted to use the surging blood and ki to suppress the attacking spiritual knife. Compared with Li Chenzhao, Yan Nanshan, Ding Peng and others, Su Chen lacked a kind of momentum. Of course, as time goes by, this momentum will become stronger and stronger. Su Chen shouted and punched out with his fists, covered with blood and ki, and punched out 18 times in an instant. The fist formed a furnace of blood and ki, directly covering the spiritual knife that was attacking. Bang! Under the huge force of blood and ki, the spiritual sword shattered. When the spiritual sword shattered, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Monk Liadakang's mouth, but his eyes became more transparent, and his body suddenly flashed and shot towards Su Chen. He raised his palm and clenched it fiercely to attack Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold light, and his body also shot out violently, and his fist in his hand also punched out. But this time, when the fists of both sides were about to touch, Monk Liadakang opened his palm, turned into a claw mark, and grabbed Su Chen's wrist. The speed was so fast that Su Chen's wrist was grabbed, and a stream of ki shot out from the finger and poured into his wrist. But this stream of ki was quickly shattered by the rich blood energy in Su Chen's wrist after it hit Su Chen's wrist. "This little bit of ki can't hurt me," Su Chen said coldly, and his palm turned and went towards the other party's wrist. Monk Liadakang failed to hit him with one blow, and his body quickly retreated. Roar. But at this time, Su Chen roared. The roar shook the sky. The retreating Monk Kang suddenly felt his eardrums throbbing, as if he had temporarily lost his hearing. At this moment, Su Chen slapped out with his palm the heavenly frost fist. The fist was thrown out, and the cold air rushed out like ice. Lekang, who was retreating, could not hear it, but he could sense that a hot energy appeared in his palm and collided with Su Chen's fist. The two retreated at the same time. "I have almost felt your strength, and now I will kill you." While speaking, Su Chen punched with his left hand, still using the heavenly frost fist. Seeing this, Monk Kang also punched again. When their fists collided with Su Chen's fist, Su Chen's fist changed into a palm and grabbed Kang's fist. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying cold air came out of his palm, and a layer of ice suddenly appeared on Monk Kang's arm. At this moment, the King Kong demon ape in Su Chen's body was instantly activated, and his whole body changed. The blood and ki formed a giant ape and crashed into the other party. "Golden Buddha illusion," Lekang shouted in a low voice when he sensed the danger. Su Chen, who was crashing towards Luokang, saw a huge golden Buddha in his eyes. His body could not help but pause. But a chill appeared on the killing arm in his left hand and surged into his heart. Illusion. Smashed. Su Chen's eyes were fierce, and his body crashed hard. Crack, bang. Then the sound of bones breaking was heard. The sound appeared. The golden Buddha in front of him disappeared. Luokang was knocked back by him and crashed on the wall of Qinglang Temple. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person exhaled more than inhaled. If he was not treated, he might not live for more than an hour. At this time, a figure flew out of Qinglang Temple. The person who flew out was holding a person in his hand, and the person threw it directly in front of Su Chen. There was also a bottle of elixir on the body. This person is Ling Zhe. There are 10 Vajra indestructible pills in the bottle. As for the announcement that Qinglang Temple will be issued today, the person who came was the Mahayana Dharma King beside Abbot Feud. After saying this, he came in front of Kang, picked him up, and turned to enter the temple. The other fighters also took the corpse on the ground and quickly retreated back to the temple. For a moment, the outside of Qinglang Temple became quiet. Chapter 386 Reason, Zimu Feng's visit. The scene was silent. No one expected that the matter would end like this. Qinglang Temple admitted defeat after 5 casualties. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. What's wrong with Qinglang Temple? Just admit defeat. Lin Dongren, who was watching the battle, looked at Zimu Feng and said. At this time, Zimu Feng's eyes were slightly condensed. Although he had a hunch that after Su Qin and Monk Khan fought, they would stop fighting, but he did not expect Qinglang Temple to admit defeat so decisively. What if you don't admit defeat? Now the 9 northern counties are the world of Qinglang society, Zimu Feng said in a deep voice. He could only think so in his heart now. Su Chen's eyes looked at Qinglang Temple and frowned slightly. The decision of Qinglang Temple made him a little confused. Or 1,000-year-old temple, the ancestral land of Tantric Buddhism. How could he be threatened and killed at the door? Even before, when the capital's forces threatened Qinglang Temple, they only did it in the dark, but never in the open. He killed people here, but Qinglang Temple actually tolerated it, which puzzled him. Abbot feud, it seems that I have to study you carefully. Su Chen thought to himself. Take the people and leave. Su Chen looked at Zhu Yiren and said. This Ling Zhe. Su Chen and his friends still have to take him away. Qinglang Temple handed him over so readily. That was to tell him again that Ling Zhe's matter actually had nothing to do with them. Since it had nothing to do with Qinglang Temple, it could only be said that it had something to do with other people. Su Chen really wanted to know who it had something to do with. Yes. Zhu Yiren stepped forward. Although he was injured, he had no problem taking the other person away. He grabbed the other person with his palm and sucked him into his hand. At this time, Su Chen and his friends turned around and left. Suddenly, a cold light shot towards Zhu Yiren. Zhu Yiren's eyes condensed, and he raised his hand and slashed at the cold light with a sword. When the long sword was about to collide with the cold light split into 2. Swish. A cold light directly penetrated into the body of Ling Xin Zhu Yiren's hand. Clang. The sword light collided with the cold light, and the cold light was knocked down, turning into a palm-sized cold needle. Zhu Yiren's eyes condensed, and he looked towards the place where the cold light came from, but there was no one there. Su Chen and the others paused, and their eyes also looked in that direction. Let's go. Su Chen just said this. Zhu Yiren took Ling's body away, and did not leave the body behind. Many times, the things on the body can tell who killed the person. Do more meaningless things. Zimu Feng, who was standing aside, said coldly when he saw this situation. This Ling should have intended to die when he made the move. He would not be able to explain anything if he was taken away by the Qinglang society. Why don't you go up and meet Su Chen? Lin Dongren said. Don't worry, I will send a visiting card first. Let's go. Zimu Feng took Lin Dongren away. The warriors outside the Qinglang Temple also left one after another. Although they left, after today, the Qinglang society has completely confirmed its position in the 9 northern counties. The atmosphere in the main hall of Qinglang Temple seemed a little depressing. Abbot, our Qinglang Temple has suffered such heavy losses, we should leave them all behind. Dharma King Baozi looked at Abbot feud and said, leave them behind, and fight with them endlessly? The other party controls all the martial arts forces in the 9 northern counties. Once the fight continues, my Qinglang Temple, or 1,000-year-old temple, will probably be destroyed. As long as we leave them all behind, will those forces dare to attack our Qinglang Temple? Monk Baozi said. It will be even crazier, because they control the forces of the 9 northern counties with poison, which is very cruel. This is also why I don't fight with them. Abbot feud said with a sigh. Even if he has these forces to help, we can ask the other 2 sects of the esoteric sect to come to help. Are these martial arts forces not a concern? The other 2 sects of the esoteric sect, the Kangshan side replied that they would not take action. As for the capital esoteric sect, they will only help us if we, Qinglang Temple, belongs to the capital esoteric sect. Abbot feud said. What? Hearing Abbot feud's words, the eyes of the Dharma King Baozi condensed, but then he didn't say anything. Originally, I thought you would be suppressed at most, and you could withdraw, after waiting for a chance to fight with the other party, but I didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. But now we are weak, and we can only bear this result. Abbot Feud said in a deep voice. Then what should we do next, Abbot? Close the temple, this time completely close the temple, and we will open the temple again after a year. Abbot Feud said in a deep voice. After fighting with that Liu Sheng, did you feel the artistic conception of Qi turning into the sea? Feud looked at Monk Baozi and said. No, Liu Sheng Yijian swordsmanship is too sharp and ruthless. We can't understand it, but if we practice for a year, we should be able to understand it. Monk Baozi said. That's good. A year will pass quickly. Abbot Feud said. Bury the Dharma King Dazi in the pagoda on the back mountain. After giving these instructions, he came to Kang's side. Brother, Kang's bones were shattered, and many of his internal organs were also shattered. If he wants to survive, he may need to use the relics. But even if he absorbs the relics, he may not be able to survive. The Dharma King Dacheng said. Relics? Hearing this, Abbot Feud frowned, but finally nodded, and gave him the golden cicada relic, hoping that he could survive this. If he survives, his strength will increase greatly. Then how strong is Su Chen? Abbot Feud said. His body is very strong. His ki is also very strong, but his mental strength seems to be a little weak, but his ki and blood are strong, which increases his will. If you want to deal with him, you may need to dispatch a strong person of the 5 difficulties of heaven and man, otherwise he cannot be killed. The Mahayana Dharma King said. No wonder the Qinglang Society made him the martial arts leader of the 9 northern counties. And this Su Chen should have other identities in the Qinglang Society, not just Ding Peng's disciple. Tell this news to the eldest prince. I hope the eldest prince can make good use of it. It can be regarded as an explanation given to him by Lings that we failed to save him. Abbot Feud said. Yes. The Mahayana Dharma King said. He quickly left the hall with Monk Kang. Time passed day by day. Langboi County. The matter of Qinglang Temple has not been spread anymore. In a courtyard, Su Chen looked at the middle-aged man in brocade robes in front of him. Zi Mufeng, the governor of Langboi County. Su Chen was surprised by Zi Mufeng's arrival. The position of the head of a county is very extraordinary, not to mention that, if this Langboi County was placed in the world where Su Chen existed before, it would be the provincial capital. It can be seen that this county magistrate is extraordinary. I wonder what the county magistrate is here for. Su Chen looked at Zi Mufeng and said, Master Su, I came here this time to make a deal with Master Su. I want to ask Master Su to help me kill a person at the cost of myself. As long as Master Su helps me kill this person, I'm willing to work like a cow or a horse. Zi Mufeng was very calm about the purpose of his visit. Chapter 387, Conquer and Plan in the Court. Hearing Zi Mufeng's words, Su Chen frowned slightly. Su Chen has information about the governors of the 9 northern counties. Zi Mufeng is from the Zi family, a big family in the capital. Otherwise, Zi Mufeng would not be able to sit in the position of governor of Langboi County. The person who can make him kill at the cost of himself must be very important. Su Chen began to ponder for a while. Zi Mufeng beside him looked calm, waiting for Su Chen's decision. Your Zi family is a clan in the capital. You can make Lord Zi sacrifice himself, which shows that the matter is not small. I'm afraid I can't do anything. Su Chen looked at Zi Mufeng and said. Although Su Chen has some strength, he will not underestimate the warriors in this world, especially the warriors of the ruling class. Master Su, please listen to my explanation first, and then decide whether you can help me. My Zi family is a big family in the capital, but now there are only 2 people in the Zi family in name, me and the current patriarch of the Zi family, who is also my brother Zibing. I have been the county magistrate of Langboi County for more than 10 years, and I seldom go back to the capital. But 3 years ago, when I went back to the capital, I got a piece of news that I couldn't believe. My sister-in-law told me that the current patriarch of the Zi family, my brother Zibing, is an imposter. When I heard the news, I thought it was ridiculous. Although I haven't seen my brother for many years, I can still recognize my brother's face and expression. But my sister-in-law told me again and again. It made me quite confused. After all, my sister-in-law has been married to my eldest brother for 30 years. She felt something was wrong, so I secretly investigated. Finally, I really found some flaws and discovered that someone was indeed impersonating my eldest brother. I have been secretly investigating for these years and found that the person who pretended to be my eldest brother came from the Evil Alliance. I have never found out the details of the Evil Alliance. I just know that the Evil Alliance is controlled by 3 people and no one has seen the true faces of these 3 people. I want to ask Master Su to help me kill the current head of the Z family, my eldest brother Zibing. I don't want my eldest brother's child to always recognize the thief as his father, Zimu Feng said. Hearing Zimu Feng's words, Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He also sighed in his heart that the person who pretended to be Zibing not only pretended to be the person, but also took the person's family. Of course, Su Chen did not completely believe Zimu Feng. Zimu Feng also said just now that there are only Zimu Feng and Zibing in the direct line of the Z family. If Zibing suddenly dies, then Zimu Feng may be the winner. Master Su, you have some doubts about what I said. Zimu Feng looked at Su Chen and said, Master Z, it's normal for me to doubt this matter. After all, in this generation of the Z family, there are only you and Zibing. After getting rid of Zibing, you will be the one who controls the power of the Z family. Su Chen looked at Zimu Feng and said in a very calm voice. Hearing Su Chen's doubt, Zimu Feng said, Master Su, even if my eldest brother Zibing died, I can't become the patriarch, nor can I control the Z family. The next head of the family can only be my eldest brother's eldest son Z Lion. When he was 10 years old, the family elders would select him as the young head of the family. Our clan has some background, and the candidates for the head of the family are very strict. Not everyone can sit in the seat. I won't say much about the information in the middle. Zimu Feng said, in this case, you can expose him without killing him. Su Chen asked with some doubts. The Z family is a big family, there must be strong people who should be able to suppress Zibing. I was going to expose him, but this person is too strong, and no one in my Z family can be his opponent. Zimu Feng said with a sigh. Su Chen frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Zimu Feng would say that no one in the Z family could suppress the fake Zibing. That was a martial arts expert who had realized the sea of transformation in the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. Zimu Feng seemed to see that Su Chen didn't believe it and spoke. 9 difficulties of heaven and man, a strong man who realized the sea of transformation? Su Chen frowned slightly. Yes, the person who pretended to be my eldest brother is indeed about to transform into the sea. I think Master Su should know how powerful people who are about to transform into the sea are. Zimu Feng said. I really don't know. Su Chen looked at the other party and complained in his heart, but his face was very calm. Don't you have such a strong person in your Z family? Su Chen looked at the other party and said. Really not. After my Z family ancestor passed away 10 years ago, no one realized the sea of transformation. If there was, I wouldn't need to ask Master Su for help. Zimu Feng said. There are many strong men in the capital. It should not be difficult to ask someone to take him down. This matter cannot be spread outside. Once it is spread outside, my sister-in-law will probably have no face to live, and the reputation of my Z family will plummet and become a joke of the capital's aristocratic families. Also, I'm worried that most of our Z family may have been controlled by the other party. Zimu Feng said in a deep voice. Master Z, the governor of Longbei County is not very meaningful to us, King Longhu, or to me. Su Chen looked at the other party and said. The meaning is very clear, that is, Zimu Feng's own value is not enough. Master Su, I will return to the capital in 2 months and become the right governor of the Metropolitan Procuratorate, one of the 3 divisions of the capital. Zimu Feng said. In the Great Zhao Dynasty, there are 3 major power institutions in charge of criminal affairs, the Ministry of Justice, the Supervisory Office, and the Dali Temple. The right governor of the Supervisory Office is the second person in the Supervisory Office. It can be said that he is a person of high power in the Great Zhao Dynasty. I don't think that Master Su will be content with the 9 northern counties. I think I can help you, Master Su, not only in the capital, but also to help you improve your reputation in the Qinglong society. Zimu Feng looked at Su Chen. He wanted to see Su Chen's reaction. After all, he said this time to help Su Chen, not to help the Qinglong society. Of course, Su Chen understood what he said. Su Chen has never touched the Great Zhao court. It's not that he doesn't want to touch it, but he simply can't find an opportunity. I know that Master Su has a subordinate who can control people with poison. I, Zimu Feng, am willing to be poisoned, Zimu Feng said. Even if I agree to you, it's impossible to kill Zibing quickly. It takes time. I can't give you a specific time. Su Chen looked at Zimu Feng and said. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zimu Feng showed a hint of joy on his face. If Su Chen said that he could help him kill Zibing immediately, he would think that Su Chen was bragging, but Su Chen said he was not sure, but he believed Su Chen's words. Your Highness. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zimu Feng knelt down and bowed to Su Chen. Yes. Su Chen did not expect Zimu Feng to kneel down and recognize him as his highness. If your highness doubts my sincerity, you can poison me now. Zimu Feng bowed and said. He was about to leave Longbei County. Once he arrived in the capital, if he wanted to meet Su Chen again, he would probably be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. So he had to make Su Chen believe him now. Looking at Zimu Feng, Su Chen's eyes condensed, and he also had the intention of testing the other party in his heart. A golden poison appeared in the center of his palm. This was a special poison that the 5 poison boy had given him. Seeing the poison appear in a Su Chen's palm, Zimu Feng did not hesitate and swallowed the poison directly into his mouth. Congratulations to the host for conquering Zimu Feng, the governor of Longbei County of the Great Zhao Dynasty, and rewarded 3 orange lottery cards. Right square bracket. Chapter 388, Beggar's Sect Kao Feng and his gang. Looking at Zimu Feng who swallowed the golden goo without hesitation, Su Chen's eyes moved slightly. Being able to do so, Su Chen did not need to doubt the other party's purpose. Who else knows that Zibing is a fake? Since Zimu Feng has been subdued, it is necessary for him to know everything. Only my good friend Lin Dongren knows about this matter. My lord, I saved Lin Dongren's life, and Lin Dongren also saved my life. He will not betray me, Zimu Feng said very confidently. Of course, this kind of affirmation is not purely emotional. That is because Lin Dongren has known about this matter for many years. If there is a problem, he, Zimu Feng, would not be alive until now. Is that so? You send Zibing's information, and I will arrange someone to investigate. When you arrive in the capital, I will arrange someone to meet you. Before Zimu Feng returns to the capital, he will not take action. He needs to conduct a comprehensive investigation before deciding how to act. The subordinate will send it as soon as possible. Zimu Feng said hurriedly. This is my token. Su Chen took out a token from his arms. There was only one word on this token, representing Su Chen. Zimu Feng hurried forward to take the jade token. Then my lord, I will not stay here any longer. Su Chen nodded. Zimu Feng said goodbye and left. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen showed a happy look on his face. He did not expect that this time he not only suppressed the Qinglang Temple, but also subdued Zimu Feng. In this way, he could arrange for someone to enter the court of the Great Zhao Dynasty. As long as someone enters the court of the Great Zhao Dynasty, he will have the opportunity to pry open the court. But the fake Zibing came from the Evil Alliance. I don't know if Yi has contact with the Evil Alliance. Su Chen thought in his heart. Su Chen was still very wary of the Evil Alliance. Then Su Chen took a look at the lottery card in his mind. The rewards triggered during this period of time and the 3 orange lottery cards he just got. Now he has 5 orange lottery cards. Now there are 5 orange lottery cards. Should I just draw them? Su Chen thought in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen drew them directly. He hoped that he could draw the character. Of course, if there is no character, some high-level items are also fine. The host draws the leader of the Beggar's Sect, Kao Feng, 19 Bag Elder, 28 Bag Elders, and 1000 followers. Looking at this harvest, Su Chen's pupils suddenly widened. He didn't expect that this time he would draw the leader of the Beggar's Sect, Kao Feng, and 19 Bag Elder, 28 Bag Elders, and 1000 followers. This is to create a force for Kao Feng. Kao Feng is the leader of the world's largest gang, Dragon and the 8 Parts. He is wise and brave, courageous, heroic, and imposing without anger. He is also a martial arts master. In Qianlong, There is a saying that there is Mireng in the south and Kaifeng in the north. But in fact, Mireng Fu is much worse than Kaifeng. One of the people Su Chen likes more in Chai Long, but the ending is a bit tragic. Su Chen immediately checked Kaifeng's cultivation. His eyes moved slightly. Kaifeng's strength is in the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. Later, he still has the note, broken void character, likely Chen's Hao. According to the observation during this period of time, Su Chen roughly guessed that this note should refer to their martial arts potential. He checked the 9 Bag Elder and the 2 8 Bag Elders. The 9 Bag Elders' strength was in the 8 difficulties of heaven and man, and the 8 Bag Elders' strength was in the 7 difficulties of heaven and man. As for the 1000 gang members, their strength was all in the late Xiantian period. Although they were only in the late Xiantian period, 1000 people were numerous, and they were all beggars. Although the great Zhao dynasty was unified, there were beggars even in the prosperous times. There were countless beggars in the vast great Zhao dynasty, but beggars were the lowest level of existence, and there was no such thing as the beggars gang. Once these 1000 people in the late Xiantian period were released, with their strength, they would soon be able to gather more gang members and become the largest gang in the great Zhao dynasty. At that time, the beggars gang would cooperate with the Golden Wind and Rain Tower. He would be the first to know the information of any place in the great Zhao dynasty. It can be said that Su Chen's luck this time was quite amazing. It's worth it to come out, Su Chen thought to himself. At this time, outside the capital, there was a manor in the mountains. Now the weather in the capital has become warmer, the coldness in the mountains is disappearing, and the temperature has become somewhat mild and humid. A hint of green appears on the trees in the manor. In the courtyard, in the pavilion, Mireng Chen, dressed in white, is dancing with her hands and playing on the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither makes people fascinated, and Kwei and Qi Yulinger, who are serving behind her, are also fascinated. Suddenly, a cold man in a green robe walked over from not far away. The man's eyes were cold, but when he saw Mireng Chen, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. As if sensing the arrival of someone, Mireng Chen stopped his fingers, slowly stood up and said, "Second brother, how come you have time to come to me?" While Mireng Chen was speaking, Kwei, who was serving, immediately stepped forward and took the zither on the table, and Qi Yulinger quickly brought a set of tea sets, and soon a pot of tea was ready. "I just came to see King Chen and tell you something by the way," the second brother said. "This manor is called Fengjie Manor." The young man in front of him is the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Yunkang, and also Mireng Chen's second senior brother. After Mireng Chen's substitute died, she has been living in seclusion in Fengjie Manor. "I don't know what news you want to bring me. Could it be that you have found out information about the Evil Alliance?" Mireng Chen said. "I don't have much information about the Evil Alliance. This time I came to tell you about what just happened in the 9 northern counties." Feng Yunkang said. "Didn't the 9 northern counties stabilize? How did something happen again? Could it be that the Qinglang Temple is preparing to open the temple?" Mireng Chen frowned slightly and said, "It is related to the Qinglang Temple, but this time the Qinglang Temple suffered heavy losses. Su Chen from the Shan Gate brought 3 dragon heads from the Qinglang Society to overwhelm the Qinglang Temple and killed the Great Wisdom Dharma King and 4 Qinglang Temple disciples." Feng Yunkang said. Su Chen of Shan sect and the 3 dragon heads of Qinglang Society went to pressure Qinglang Temple and killed people from Qinglang Temple. How is this possible? Mireng Chen was a little unconvinced. Yes, after killing people, he left calmly, especially Su Chen, who defeated the disciple of the abbot of Qinglang Temple, Lekeng. Feng Yunkang said. Hearing Feng Yunkang's words, Mireng Chen was shocked. She said with a look of disbelief on her face, "The monk Lekeng is very powerful, but he was defeated by Su Chen." She knew Su Chen's strength. How could he defeat Lekeng? "You underestimated Su Chen a little. He has been hiding his strength. When fighting with Lekeng, Lekeng is no match at all." According to the information reported by the spy, it is speculated that Su Chen's real combat power is close to the 5 difficulties of heaven and man. Feng Yunkang said. "So strong?" Mireng Chen showed surprise on her face. Su Chen has given her too many surprises during this period, which is completely beyond her imagination. Chapter 389 Feng Family Manor, Mirren King Chen appears. It seems that it is difficult for my brother to take back the Jianghu forces in the 9 northern counties. Hearing this, Mirren King Chen said, "Second senior brother, you came here not only to tell me about Su Chen, but there must be something." While speaking, Mirren King Chen made a cup of tea for Feng Yunkang. "There are other things which are related to Su Chen." Feng Yunkang looked at Mirren King Chen and said, "Something related to Su Chen? Senior brother Feng, just say it directly." Mirren King Chen said. Then senior brother said directly that the Feng family wants to take over the salt business in the 9 northern counties this time. Our Feng family has opened up some salt fields in the southeastern sea area. Now the salt production has skyrocketed and we want to dump it in the 9 northern counties. I believe that with Su Chen's status in the 9 northern counties, those salt merchants will listen to him. Feng Yunkang said, "I can ask Su Chen for senior brother about this matter, but I can't show up now. When I can show up, I will help senior brother ask." Mirren King Chen said, "Then I'll trouble you, junior sister King Chen." Feng Yunkang said hurriedly, "Brother, how is the investigation of Princess Daniyang going? Is it related to the evil alliance?" Mirren King Chen then changed the subject. "There should be no connection. The evil alliance killed Princess Daniyang and would not frame the retainers in Grand Tutor Pang's mansion. There are not many clues to the case. The Zenfu division is preparing to reduce the number of people investigating this matter. But the third son of King Liu is about to come to the capital, and the people of the Zenfu division will continue to investigate at that time." Feng Yunkang said, "Is that so?" Mirren King Chen frowned. "Junior sister King Chen, the orchid dance flowers in the back mountain are in full bloom. Junior sister has nothing to do today, so we can go and see them together." Feng Yunkang then said, "Brother, I'd better try to show up less, so I can't accompany you to see the orchid dance flowers." Mirren King Chen shook his head. "Is that so?" Feng Yunkang showed a look of disappointment on his face and sighed. The two then talked for a while, and Feng Yunkang said goodbye and left. After seeing Feng Yunkang off, Kwei came to Mirren King Chen. "Miss, Feng Yunkang wants the salt business of the 9 northern counties. Is it his personal idea or the idea of the head of the Feng family?" Kwei said, "No matter whose idea it is, I will not help them." "Did my second senior brother miss someone just now?" Mirren King Chen said. "Miss, are you talking about Ling Zhe who died outside the Qinglang temple?" "Yes, Ling Zhe is the nephew of the great General Wang. He died outside the Qinglang temple. The great General Wang will definitely be angry. Now most of the salt fields in the southeastern sea area are controlled by the great General Wang, and the salt fields of the Feng family are no exception. If they transport salt from the East China Sea to the 9 northern counties, the great General Wang will definitely know, and will definitely not let them sell salt. But I don't see this on Feng Yunkang's face. It means that Feng Yunkang may have surrendered to the great General Wang, or he may have done a business with the great General Wang. Send someone to investigate." Mirren King Chen ordered. "Yes." Kwei nodded. After Kwei left, Mirren King Chen and Qi Yuling returned to the house. "Miss, we really should contact Su Chen. With Su Chen's current strength, he can definitely help you." Qi Yuling followed in and said, "If he was still the head of the Shan sect, I would ask him for help, or even persuade him to join my brother's army, but he is now the young leader of the Qinglang Society, and the leader of the martial arts world of the 9 northern counties. His words and deeds represent a lot, and he can't do things lightly. Once you do something, you will be labeled, which is very disadvantageous to him. Although the Qinglang Society is very strong, there are many strong people in the great Zhao dynasty. If you are not careful, you will be doomed." Mirren King Chen sighed. "Miss, you still think a lot. By the way, miss, you said that the evil alliance Feng family has been investigating for so long. Why haven't they found any clues?" Kwei has found a clue. Qi Yuling said it's possible that they have found it, but they just didn't tell us. Mirren King Chen said softly. "Is that so? Feng Jiazhuang is too abominable, miss. Then why are we staying here?" Qi Yuling said. "Why stay here? You should know today." When Mirren King Chen spoke, his eyes looked outside. Another place. In the banquet hall of Feng Jiazhuang. Feng Yunkang walked in from outside and saluted to a burly middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man was the current owner of Feng Jiazhuang, Feng Shangan. Seeing Feng Yunkang coming in, Feng Shangan asked, "Did Mirren Chen agree to persuade Su Chen?" She didn't say no, she said she would wait until he finished his business before helping us. Feng Yunkang said, "Is that so?" Hearing Feng Yunkang's words, Feng Shangan frowned slightly and said, "Let's put this matter on hold for now. By the way, I'll let you find out the power around Mirren Chen. Have you found out recently? The third alliance leader is urging us. It's hard to capture his aura. He's a strong man." "Father, could it be that the third alliance leader wants to attack Mirren Chen?" Feng Yunkang looked at Feng Shangan and said, "The third alliance leader is not going to attack Mirren Chen, but wants to know whether the power around Mirren Chen comes from the Heavenly Supervisory Division." Feng Shangan said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Supervisory Division? Even if Mirren Chen is a princess, she shouldn't need the protection of the Heavenly Supervisory Division." Feng Yunkang asked, "The third alliance leader is worried that our identities have been exposed. He thinks Mirren Chen may come for us, so we should be more cautious." Feng Shangan said, "That's unlikely." Feng Yunkang frowned and said, "Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for one. In fact, I'm a little suspicious about Mirren Chen coming here. Although you and Mirren Chen are senior and junior brothers and sisters, and you get along well, she shouldn't come to my Feng Jiazhuang after being assassinated. Your relationship should not have reached this point." Feng Shangan looked at Feng Yunkang and said, "Father, you actually doubted it. Why did you want to keep Mirren Chen?" Feng Yunkang was a little confused. "Mirren Chen is a princess. If she wants to stay, I have no reason to refuse, and I also want to see what medicine Mirren Chen sells in her gourd," Feng Shangan said. While they were talking, there was a sound of footsteps in the courtyard, and the two voices stopped. An old man who looked like a housekeeper appeared outside the door, and Feng Shangan nodded to him. The old man walked in and said, Master, Lord and sent someone to send a letter to invite you to King Marquis's mansion. King Marquis wants to see me." Feng Yunkang frowned slightly, but a puzzled look appeared on his face. He had no connection with King Marquis. He couldn't help but look at Feng Shangan. Feng Shangan also frowned. "Go to King Marquis mansion first and see what King Marquis wants you to do," Feng Shangan said. "Then father, I will go to King Marquis mansion first." Feng Yunkang saluted Feng Shangan and walked out of the banquet hall. Chapter 390 Top Level Weapons, King Hao. After Feng Yunkang left, Feng Shangan in the banquet hall became solemn. After thinking for a moment, Feng Shangan left the banquet hall. After a moment, he came to an underground space with a furnace about 10 feet high. On the furnace, a dark golden knife embryo was being burned by fierce flames. Today's last refining, this top level weapon will be formed, and my mission here is completed. Feng Shangan looked at the long knife in the furnace and murmured. While speaking, he took off his shirt to reveal his bronze skin. Boom boom boom. His internal organs began to operate, and the blood in his body followed the flow and made a roaring sound. As the blood flowed, blood and ki burst out of his body, and the whole person was like magma erupting from the ground. He raised his hand and grabbed a hammer not far away. The huge blood and ki flowed in his palm and poured into the hammer, and then he directly hammered the knife embryo, refining weapons with blood and ki, one hammer after another. As time went by, the long sword gradually took shape, and a sharp edge was faintly revealed. Boom. The last hammer fell. Feng Shangan raised his palm and directly cut his own pulse. A stream of blood spurted out and poured on the long sword. The long sword absorbed Feng Shangan's blood. A dark red light emanated from the blade, suppressing the flames in the secret room. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and the energy in his hand poured into it. The long sword made a buzzing sound that shook the soul. With all his strength, the long sword was instantly shrouded in a dark red light, and a terrifying aura burst out from the long sword. Not only was there a sharp aura, but there was also a throbbing that made people feel terrified. The energy in his hand was retracted, and the dark red light on the long sword quickly faded. Feng Shangan took out a bottle of elixir from his arms and quickly swallowed it into his mouth. His own blood began to recover a little, and a hint of red appeared on the pale face. Walking to the stone table next to him, there was a scabbard on the stone table. The scabbard was dark gold and engraved with some strange words. It didn't look gorgeous, but with the words on it, it looked a bit mysterious. With this weapon and enough blood or energy, I, who have entered the 7th level of heaven and man, can kill a warrior who has just entered the 9th level of heaven and man. It's a pity that the material is too precious, so I can only make one. Feng Shangan said with a sigh. People who forge knives also love knives, but this knife does not belong to him. Insert the knife into the scabbard and wrap it with the cloth next to it. Before I send you away, maybe I can see your power. Feng Shangan said softly. He seemed to have a premonition of something. In the backyard, a figure appeared beside Mirren Chen. Feng Yunkang left Feng Jiazhuang and went to Anqinghao Mansion. And Feng Shangan should have gone to forge a knife. According to the time calculation, the forged knife should be completed today. Should we go into the underground secret room to investigate? The visitor said softly. Find out about Feng Yunkang. I want to know why Feng Yunkang contacted Anqinghao. Don't investigate the secret room, lest we reveal any flaws. Our focus is on the 3 leaders of the Evil Alliance. I really want to see who the 3 leaders of the Evil Alliance are. Mirren Chen said in a deep voice. The purpose of her coming to Feng Jiazhuang was the Evil Alliance. She had previously found out that Feng Jiazhuang was related to the Evil Alliance. Feng Shangan, the head of the Feng family, was refining swords for the 3 leaders of the Evil Alliance. And the Feng family might be one of the members of the Evil Alliance. That's why she came here, ostensibly avoiding some things, but actually wanted to find out who the 3 leaders of the Evil Alliance were. You guys should keep a close eye on this. Once there's any movement, we'll take action and take down Feng Jiazhuang. Mirren Chen said. Yes. The man in black quickly retreated. After the man in black left, Mirren Chen frowned slightly. Why did Anqinghao look for Feng Yunkang at this time? Mirren Chen thought. Anqing Marquis's mansion. In a study room. The sandalwood incense was curling and refreshing. Anqing Marquis was sitting at the desk, looking at some information about Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower in his hand. Anqing Marquis was very young, about 30 years old, and he was the 2nd generation of Anqing Marquis. Below him, a woman in purple was standing respectfully. Is there any news about Emperor Knight and future? Anqing Marquis said to the purple-clothed woman in front of him. Anqing Marquis spoke with a hint of femininity. Reporting to the Marquis, there is too little news about Emperor Knight and future, but according to my investigation, Emperor Knight and future should not be in the capital city. They are outside the city. The purple-clothed woman said. Are you afraid that someone will attack them? Anqing Marquis snorted coldly. Can Betrayals of Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower be won over? Anqing Marquis pulled out a piece of information in front of him, which contained Betrayals' information. Betrayals is from Cheyenne Pavilion, and it's hard to win him over. I'm approaching his deputy Nalan Rangan to see if I can win him over, said the purple-clothed woman. Nalan Rangan. Anqinghao took out another file and looked at Nalan Rangan's information. His brows moved slightly. Contact him first, don't win him over, so as to avoid any accidents. I'll let you inform Feng Yunkang. Has he arrived? Anqinghao put the file back and said. I've arranged someone to invite him, and it's estimated that he will arrive in an hour. But Lord, we don't seem to have much in common with Feng Yunkang. Why does Lord want to see him? The purple-clothed woman said puzzledly. I just want to cooperate with him. When he arrives, you can call me. I'll stay here alone for a while. Anqinghao waved his hand and said, yes. The purple-clothed woman bowed and left the study. Anqinghao got up and went to the window. A faint cool breeze blew in from outside. Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. You cut off my money and made my plan go wrong. How do you think I should deal with you? Anqinghao said in a deep voice. The money houses opened by Jinuling in the name of the money gang in the 9 northern counties were actually his. Jinuling was one of Anqinghao's money bags. But the people of Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower killed Jinuling, which not only caused him to fail to set up the money houses in the 9 northern counties, but also lost an important source of money. Now the money gang has no support for him, and he has suffered a great loss. and King Hao is a powerful marquis with fiefdoms in his hands and private soldiers in the fiefdoms. Private soldiers are very expensive. Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower cut off his money, so how could he let Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower go? Turned around and sat back in the chair. He took out a letter from the drawer. The content of the envelope was only one line of words. Feng Jiazhuang has a weapon for me. If you can get it, cooperation can be carried out. I don't know what this weapon is. Why do you want me to get it? And King Hao muttered. This was also the reason why he came to Feng Yunkang, just to get some information from the side. He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. But cooperating with the other party was also what he urgently needed. Chapter 391. Several parties come together. Keijing's conspiracy. Feng Jiazhuang. Feng Shangan's blood and ki have recovered a little, and he is looking at a secret letter handed over by the housekeeper. His brows are slightly frowned. He said to the old housekeeper beside him, "Is the young master not back yet?" "Not back yet?" the old housekeeper replied. "As soon as he comes back, let him come to see me," Feng Shangan said. When he finished speaking, Feng Yunkang had already walked in from outside. "Kinbo, you go outside and watch. I have a few words to say to my father," Feng Yunkang said after entering the house. The old housekeeper left the banquet hall and stood outside the door. "Then why didn't King Hao look for you?" Feng Shangan asked in a deep voice. "Father, and King Hao looked for me for that knife. He wants that knife." "Father, do you think An King Hao is also a member of the Evil Alliance?" Feng Yunkang said. "Take a look at this." Feng Shangan handed the letter in his hand to Feng Yunkang. Feng Yunkang took a look at the content of the letter and his eyes condensed. "Give the knife to An King Hao. What do the three leaders think?" Feng Yunkang said in a deep voice. An King Hao should not have joined the Evil Alliance yet, but this An King Hao should have some contact with the Evil Alliance. It is also possible that the three leaders want to take this opportunity to test Mirren King Chen and the others. Feng Shangan said, after thinking for a moment. "Is that so? Then we contact An King Hao and tell him that the knife is ready and ask him to come and get it. Wait for An King Hao to come himself." Feng Shangan waved his hand and said, "But we also have to be prepared to leave here." While the father and son of the Feng family were talking, Kei Wei and the woman in black were standing in front of Mirren King Chen. The knife has been refined and brought out by Feng Shangan. It seems that they are about to hand it over, the woman in black said. Feng Yunkang went to see An King Hao. "Do you know what they talked about?" Mirren King Chen asked. Marquis An King met Feng Yunkang in the study. "Our people cannot get close to Marquis An King's study, so we don't know what they are talking about. But from the situation, when Feng Yunkang entered the Marquis's mansion, and when he came out of the Marquis's mansion, the surprise in his eyes has not disappeared for a long time. He must have encountered something that surprised and shocked him. Could it be that Marquis An King is the third leader we are looking for?" The black-clothed woman said. "If Marquis An King is the third leader, we must be careful. Although he is the second-generation Marquis, he holds real power." Hearing this, Kei Wei said in a deep voice. Mirren King Chen in front of them did not speak. "Did we reveal a flaw somewhere?" Mirren King Chen thought to herself. She was a little skeptical that Marquis An King was the person they were looking for. Watch their movements. If they make a deal, just take action. Put down the long knife. If Marquis An King appears, let Mr. Ren let him go. I will go to see Marquis An King in person at that time. Mirren King Chen said. Yes. The two bowed and took the order and retreated. Another place. Jinfeng Xiao Tower. Bei Chaofei looked at the secret letter in his hand and frowned. "Master, has something happened?" Nalan Rangan said. "The people of Evil League, the three leaders of Evil League, want to meet with Yidi and Rifu this evening at a place called Biki Pavilion outside Fengjiazhuang," Bei Chaofei said. Previously, the people of Evil League contacted Yidi and Rifu directly, so why were they sent to our Jinfeng Xiao Tower this time? Nalan Rangan asked in confusion. This is also what I'm confused about. The two pavilion masters have always wanted to meet with the people of Evil League, but Evil League has not appeared since the last time they met with them. Now suddenly asking Rifu and Yidi to meet at Biki Pavilion makes me very confused. Bei Chaofei said in a deep voice. I will send this information to Emperor Knight and Future first and see how the Emperor Knight arranges it. Bei Chaofei came to the desk, rewrote a secret letter, and sent a pigeon to the outside of the city. After sending the message, Bei Chaofei said, Young master, they have suppressed Qinglang Temple, and they asked us to pay attention to the movements in the capital, especially the information from the eldest prince and the secret sect. I didn't expect that the young master would directly attack Qinglang Temple and suppress Qinglang Temple. Now the 9 northern counties can be said to be completely controlled by the young master. Nalan Rangan sighed in her heart. Su Chen's side took over the 9 northern counties too quickly. Today, An Qinghao met Feng Yunkang. We checked the previous information and found that An Qinghao had no connection with Feng Jiazhuang. We don't know why the two suddenly met. Nalan Rangan said. An Qinghao is Jin Feng Xiao's opponent, and she needs to pay attention to him all the time. What is Feng Yunkang's background? Bei Chaofei asked. Feng Yunkang is the son of the owner of Feng Jiazhuang outside the city, and also the second senior brother of Mirren Qingchen. 10 years ago, they both worshipped the great Zhao Shai and Lang Zhenren as their master. Is it related to Mirren Qingchen? Hearing about Mirren Qingchen, Bei Chaofei frowned slightly. Many signs indicate that Mirren Qingchen may not be dead, but Bei Chaofei did not find strong evidence. Could it be that Mirren Qingchen is in Feng Jiazhuang? A light flashed in his mind. Send someone to investigate Feng Jiazhuang secretly to see if Mirren Qingchen is in Feng Jiazhuang. Bei Chaofei said in a deep voice. I will arrange someone to do it immediately. Nalan Rangan left quickly. Here, An Qinghao received news that the long sword has been refined and asked him to pick up the sword at the Biki Pavilion outside Feng Jiazhuang this evening. Seeing this news, An Qinghao frowned slightly, but then he became ruthless. Please ask Mr. K to come and go out with me. An Qinghao said to the purple-robed woman beside him. My lord, I feel that this matter is a little strange, so we should be careful. The purple-robed woman said. Those people have something I need, and that thing can help me break through to the next level of Xian Wu Zhen Longjin. An Qinghao said. Then I will go with you, my lord. The purple-robed woman said. I still have some ability to protect myself, you can rest assured, and those people should not touch me. After all, my identity may be useful to them. An Qinghao said in a deep voice. Then I will go and invite Mr. K. The purple-robed woman said after leaving. After a while, An Qinghao and an old man in brocade robes walked out of the Hao mansion, stepped into a luxurious carriage, and headed out of the city. Not far away, on a tall building, the left Prime Minister Keijing, who was dressed in a plain robe, looked at the carriage of An Qinghao leaving. His eyes narrowed slightly. The plan has begun. I hope that this time I can use the Xianjian division to tie An Qinghao and Jin Feng Xiao to our evil alliance. By the way, that knife is useful to me. No matter what, you must bring it back. Keijing said to Lu Yuan who was standing beside him. I will definitely bring back the long knife that the Prime Minister wants. Lu Yuan bowed. From Keijing's words, we can know that this time he wants to use the Xianjian division to tie An Qinghao and Jin Feng Xiao to their evil alliance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, The Great Struggle, The Struggle of Keijing. After Lu Yuan left, a masked man appeared in Keijing's room. If you do this, aren't you afraid of offending both Anking Marquis Mansion and Golden Wind and Rain Tower at the same time? The man said. His voice was low and hoarse, and he deliberately lowered the original sound. If they want to cooperate, they have to show some sincerity. Moreover, I also want to see what attitude the Xian GNC has towards our evil alliance. Keijing said in a deep voice. The Xian GNC is not as simple as you think. It was specially created by Emperor Zhao. Although Emperor Zhao has been in seclusion for many years, do you know why the world can still be so peaceful? In fact, it is largely because of the existence of this Xian GNC. The man said in a deep voice. Of course I know this, but what is the current situation of Emperor Zhao? Kajing said. I don't know about that either. I came here mainly because I saw that you made a big fuss. This is only in the capital, so this disturbance seems big. In other places, it won't cause any trouble. Give me a little more time, and my heaven silkworm blood transformation technique will soon be perfected. After it is achieved, I should be able to transform my ki into the sea, Kajing said. Actually, I don't quite agree with your showing off your strength now, the visitor said in a deep voice. Now that we have the strength, why should we hide our heads and show our tails? How can we become a big force if we hide our heads and show our tails? Only when the world is in chaos can we obtain the source of chaos, and then we can hopefully take that step. Kajing replied. I have been investigating the source of this step of the heavenly man law, but I have no clue. I'm afraid that by then, we will be making wedding clothes for others, the visitor said in a deep voice. In martial arts, if you are strong, he will be weak, and if you are weak, he will be strong. It is normal for the weak to die in the hands of the strong. Even if we fail in the end and make wedding clothes for others, I will accept it. At least it proves that this martial arts road can be taken, Kajing said coldly. In this case, then follow your steps. After listening to Kajing's words, the visitor said, after thinking for a moment, this time I will pull An King Hao and Jin Fengxi out to our camp. An King Hao's fiefdom is in Biansu, where the area is barren, and can be used as a place for our experiment. Outside the Biansu area, there are some scattered tribes that were driven out by your majesty in the past. They are all targets that we can use, Kajing said. I thought you would start from the East China Sea. It turns out that you are also cautious. This makes me feel relieved. I won't stay here. I'll leave first. After saying that, the masked man turned into a residual shadow and left from the window. The great way is to compete for the flow. How can you get it if you don't compete? Looking at the figure leaving, Kajing murmured in his mouth. Then he looked towards the palace. Why haven't you come out after so many years of seclusion? After saying that, he walked out of the restaurant. In the evening, outside the city, Biki Pavilion. In the pavilion, Feng Shangan was waiting for someone. His face looked a little anxious. Father, will An King Hao come? Feng Yunkang said. Wait, we can just wait here. Feng Shangan looked very calm. In the distance, in a valley, Miran King Chen and Kei Wei were looking at the pavilion here. Miss, who do you think will come to hand over this long sword to them? Kei Wei said in a deep voice. According to my calculations, it may be An King Hao. Miran King Chen said. Miss, do you also believe that the third leader of the evil alliance is An King Hao? Kei Wei couldn't help but say. An King Hao, it won't be the third leader of the evil alliance, but it should be related to him. Although this time, it won't attack An King Hao, it can also intimidate An King Hao and make him tell everything he knows, Miran King Chen said. This is why she decided to take action. Of course, we will also take Feng Shangan back. I believe they should be able to provide some information. Feng Jiahuang has always been engaged in weapons. This time, they help to refine top-level weapons. It can be seen that they have an extraordinary relationship with the other party. Maybe we can learn something from them. And that weapon, no matter what, we must leave it. There are not many top-level weapons even in the royal family. Miran King Chen said. I understand. Kei Wei replied. At this time, in the afterglow of the setting sun, a carriage slowly came towards the Biki Pavilion. There was a sign of the An King Marquis mansion on the carriage. Miss, it's really the An King Marquis. Seeing the carriage coming, Kei Wei said softly. I hope that the third leader of the evil alliance will also show up. He dares to practice with a living person and deserves to die. Miran King Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Normally, the fighting between martial artists and martial arts sects, whether they are righteous or evil, will not be questioned by the Xian Jianxi, as long as it does not involve the stability of the Great Zhao dynasty. But the people of the evil alliance actually kidnapped living virgins and practiced, which was a complete provocation to the Great Zhao dynasty. How could the Xianjian division not care? Investigating the three leaders of the evil alliance was also a test for Miran King Chen to take over the Xianjian division. In fact, Miran King Chen had a big doubt in his mind. That is, how dare the people of the evil alliance commit crimes next to the capital of the Great Zhao dynasty? The carriage of the Marquis of Anking has arrived in front of the Bicky Pavilion. The Marquis of Anking slowly got off the carriage. The old man driving the carriage did not get off the carriage, but a wine pot appeared in his hand, took a sip of wine, and then half closed his head on the carriage frame. The Heavenly Fist Master Shangwandun is here, so the one sitting in the carriage should be Kajing Teo, the first master of the Anking Marquis Mansion. In the distance, Mirren Chen saw the old man drinking in the carriage, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the Marquis of Anking is not too reassured about this matter. Then miss, should we take action?" Kwei said on the side. Feng Shangan and the knife still need to be taken back, but I feel that things are not simple. I'm afraid it will not be as smooth as we thought. Mirren Chen frowned and said, since Anking Hao came, she knew that she should have been discovered. Someone knew the purpose of her coming to the Feng family. In the pavilion, Feng Shangan saw Anking Hao. "This is the long knife, please keep it, Anking Hao." Feng Shangan handed the package in his hand to Anking Hao. Anking Hao took the long knife and glanced at the scabbard. He felt dizzy for a while and immediately calmed his mind, and the dizziness disappeared. He was horrified in his heart. If the scabbard has such power, what will the long knife inside the scabbard look like? He had the urge to pull out the long knife, but he suppressed the desire in his heart. Even if he wanted to see it, he would not see it here. "My lord, the things have been handed over to you, and we will leave now." Feng Shangan did not want to stay here any longer. He always felt that the atmosphere here was a little wrong. "You want to leave? You can't." At this moment, a man with a lion-like figure walked out from the dark. Behind him were several men wearing golden lion patterns. In the Great Zhao dynasty, the dragon was a symbol of the emperor's centralized power, and this lion was the symbol of the Great Zhao dynasty's most powerful secret organization, the Xianjian Division. Xianjian Division, the three awakened lions Ren Wuyan. Seeing the old man coming, Feng Shangan and Anking Hao were surprised. "Why don't you want to see me?" Seeing the horrified expressions of the two, Ren Wuyan turned to Anking Hao and said, "Anking Hao, give me what you have in your hand, and you can leave now." Chapter 393, Gathering. The Heavenly Supervisor appears. Anking Hao frowned slightly. Qianjianzi Ren Wuyan was here, and he should give him what he wanted, but this matter was related to some of his affairs. He didn't want to give up. "It's just a weapon. I traded weapons with Feng Zhuangzu, so it shouldn't be under the jurisdiction of Qianjianzi," Anking Hao said in a deep voice. "Anking Hao, I have made concessions, because you are a marquis. If you want to participate in this matter, then I can only take you back to Qianjianzi." Ren Wuyan looked at Anking Hao and his tone became cold. In his mind, in fact, Anking Hao was captured together with him, but Princess Mirren didn't want to escalate the situation, so she didn't let Anking Hao be taken away. Of course, if Anking Hao wanted to die, then he wouldn't mind taking Anking Hao away. "Ren Wuyan, your words are a bit presumptuous. You are facing Anking Hao of the Great Zhao dynasty, the third-rank marquis in the court." At this time, a low voice came from Anking Hao's carriage. "Kajing Teo, you want to stop us from handling the case? Do you want us to lead the team to go to your Anking Marquis mansion?" Hearing the words of the person in the carriage, Ren Wuyan said in a cold voice, "Ren Wuyan, you and the people you brought can't stop us." The people in the carriage did not get angry because of Ren Wuyan's words, but said calmly, "Do you think I really came alone? Old man Zeduo, you should also show up." Ren Wuyan spoke at this time. As his figure fell, a figure leaped from a distance. When the figure fell, a chill spread around the pavilion. "Zeduo Yunleng, I didn't expect you to come too. It seems that the person you are going to deal with this time is not simple. Can you tell me who you are going to deal with?" Sensing the arrival of the person, the people in the carriage showed a trace of surprise. "If you want to know, then get out of the carriage for me." While speaking, the newly appeared old man Zeduo Yunleng snorted coldly. He raised his hand and slapped it out. A huge cold air burst out from his palm and swept towards the carriage. The old man who was half lying on the carriage was startled. He rolled over and dodged the attack. Inside the carriage, a figure rushed out and slapped his palm. A golden energy burst out from the palm, forming a tiger-shaped energy, roaring towards the cold air. Boom. The two energies collided, setting off a wave of energy flow. The cold air flowed and created a layer of frost on the ground and branches. The golden tiger energy dissipated after a few steps forward. Zeduo Yunleng, you dare to attack. Caging Teo came out of the carriage and looked at the old man with cold eyes. Why should I not dare to attack? But I didn't expect that you actually practiced the Xianyuan Lihu Gong to the point where the energy was transformed into a shape. It seems that you are going to master it. But under the joint efforts of the two of us, you will definitely lose, and you will lose miserably. Zeduo Yunleng looked at Caging Teo and said, your Xianjian division is really overbearing. Lord, give them the things. We are leaving now. Caging Teo glanced at Zeduo Yunleng and said to An King Hao, ha. At this moment, an old man came galloping from not far away at an extremely fast speed. It only took a blink of an eye for his figure to appear in the pavilion. The old man was Lu Yuan. Lord, you have helped us get the things. I'm really grateful to you. You can meet our 3 leaders with weapons. The things we promised will definitely be delivered to your house at that time. After Lu Yuan appeared, he said to An King Hao, you don't take it away directly. An King Hao looked at Lu Yuan who appeared and said in a deep voice, of course I'm not suitable to take it away. I'm just here to assist you. While Lu Yuan was speaking, he tiptoed and his figure suddenly turned into a black shadow. At an incredible speed, he appeared behind Ren Wuyan, the 3 awakening heroes. His palm suddenly opened, and several cold rays shot out instantly. Seeing this, the people following Ren Wuyan drew their swords instantly, but suddenly an invisible spiritual wave enveloped them, causing them to pause. A half-second pause in the fighting between warriors is enough to be fatal. Swish, swish, swish. The cold light pierced into the eyebrows of the people. How dare you? At this time, Ren Wuyan also came back to his senses, raised his palm, and slapped Lu Yuan, who had made the move. A bright golden light burst out from his palm. Lu Yuan didn't seem to have the intention to fight Ren Wuyan head on. He turned his body strangely and dodged the opponent's slap. But at this time, Zeduo Yunleng made a move, and his palm seemed to know the direction he was going to turn, and an extremely sharp cold air burst out from his palm, sweeping towards the opponent's chest. Lu Yuan's face changed, and he raised his palm, and the energy in his body burst out, and a cold energy burst out from his palm. He slapped out, and collided fiercely with Zeduo Yunleng's palm. The two collided, and a crisp sound burst out. Zeduo Yunleng's body did not move, and Lu Yuan's body was shaken and flew backwards. His palms were covered with frost, and his arms kept shaking. You are very brave. You dare to kill my people from the Xianjian division. Today, I will kill you under my palm. Zeduo Yunleng looked at Lu Yuan and said coldly. There was a cold light in his eyes. Kill me, I'm afraid you can't do it. When Lu Yuan spoke, his hands were flowing with energy, driving away the cold air, but his arms were still shaking slightly. You mean he will protect you? Zeduo Yunleng looked at Caging Teo and said coldly. At this time, Caging Teo's eyes condensed slightly, and the situation was beyond his previous thoughts. According to the previous thoughts, they could take things away, but they would not kill people. But now the other party has killed people from the Xianjian division. The people of the Xianjian division are like crazy people, and they will keep chasing you. What's more, the controller of the Xianjian division is still a royal family. After this incident, and King Hao may be under pressure. Things have become a little troublesome. Brother K, let's kill these people together, and no one will know about this. Lu Yuan said at this time. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. In the dark, Mirren King Chen, who was watching the battle, also looked very ugly. Miss, should we send a rescue signal? A woman in black behind Mirren King Chen said. No, once a rescue signal is sent, our position will be exposed, and then the princess may be in danger. The princess is already dead in the eyes of outsiders. If she dies again, no one will care, and it won't cause any waves. Kei Wei immediately shook her head. Dead people, dying again, of course, won't cause any waves. We don't have to worry about the safety of Elder Ren and Elder Zeduo. With their strength, if they sense danger, sending a signal for support is not a problem. Mirren King Chen said, her eyes staring at the pavilion urgently. Even if Lu Yuan and Caging Teo joined forces, it would be impossible to suppress Ren Wuyan and the others. She didn't know where the other party got the confidence. Is there another master around? King Chen frowned. Kill us. Can you two do it together? Zeduo Yun said coldly. It's impossible. I'm just saying that, but I'm afraid you two can't take me down. Why don't you just leave? Lu Yuan said to Zeduo Yunling. Brother N, you stop caging Teo. I'll take off his head. While Zeduo Yunling was speaking, his figure suddenly shot out, raised his palm into a claw, and grabbed the other's head fiercely. Your Excellency Ed, you won't watch me being captured. Lu Yuan stood still, and a voice came out of his mouth. Chapter 394, Danshin turns into the sea. The mind is concentrated in the sea, and the void is broken. 5,500 words in one chapter. As soon as Lu Yuan spoke, the scene became silent. Although it had been a while since Emperor Knight came to the pacification office, his reputation was still there. So his words made Zeduo Yunling, who was about to attack, slow down his movements a little. In this moment of slowness, Lu Yuan turned around and dodged the palm, but a layer of frost still appeared on his chest. This cold air slowed down the flow of ki in his body. This is the characteristic of cold attribute skills. Emperor Knight has not appeared. It seems that he has no intention of coming out to help you. Zeduo Yunling said with frost on his face. Lu Yuan's expression was extremely solemn at this time. Emperor Knight must have arrived, but he didn't know why. Emperor Knight didn't help him just now. If Zeduo Yunling hadn't paused slightly when he heard Emperor Knight's name, he might have been hit in the chest by the other party. Emperor Knight didn't attack, which means he didn't intend to participate in this matter. He looked at Zeduo Yunling with a solemn look. Zeduo Yunling practiced the heavenly cold earthly power, and under the cold air, his movements and ki were affected, which made him so passive. If he wanted to fight with the opponent, he had to find a way to deal with the cold air that erupted from the opponent's palm. His eyes couldn't help but look towards Hao. His figure suddenly turned into a residual shadow and appeared beside Hao, grabbing the long sword wrapped in Hao's hand. Hao didn't seem to stop him and let the long sword in his hand be taken away by Lu Yuan. Zeduo Yunling, you practiced the way of ice and cold, and this long sword is a weapon of fire attribute, which can just resist your cold air. Even if Ed doesn't take action, I can kill you today. While speaking, the long sword in his hand was pulled out by him. The moment the sword was pulled out, a ringing sound came from the blade, and along with the crisp sound of the sword, a breath of cutting off everything spread out. This was still erupted without the infusion of ki. The next moment, the blood in Lu Yuan's palm surged onto the long sword like a tide, and suddenly a blood-colored breath suddenly emanated from the long sword, and the blood-colored breath was accompanied by a fiery heat. The cold air on the arm and in the chest quickly disappeared under this fiery air. Zeduo Yunling, your cold air can't suppress me. Watch me kill you. Lu Yuan's eyes became ferocious at this moment. The long sword in his hand gave him great confidence. Looking at the long sword in Lu Yuan's hand, Zeduo Yunling's face also became extremely solemn. He could sense the powerful flame breath contained in the long sword under the mobilization of blood and ki, which vaguely suppressed the coldness in his body. Brother K, I will deal with Zeduo Yunling. You help me to contain Ren Wuyan. Lu Yuan said. Now that Emperor of Night did not appear, he could only join hands with Caging Teo to attack. He was also a little angry at Emperor of Night for not taking action. Last time, he helped Emperor of the Night to kill the resistance of the pacification division. So, Emperor of the Night was able to kill Aang Xiang, the leader of the pacification division. Now that he has encountered an enemy, Emperor of the Night did not take action. Caging Teo, you are going to be an enemy of our Heavenly Supervision Division. You have to think about it carefully. Ren Wuyan's face was not good, and he looked at the other party in a deep voice. I just want to have a sparring match with Brother Ren. Caging Teo moved his body and vaguely blocked Ren Wuyan's route. Miss, the Sand King Marquis actually dared to collude with the people of Evil Alliance to deal with Heavenly Supervision Division. Miss was going to give him face before, which was really too much for him. Kwei said beside King Chen. It seems that King Marquis wants to get something special from Evil Alliance. But this also proves that after my father went into seclusion, these court officials have begun to no longer take the royal family seriously. King Chen's voice was a little cold. Miss, what should we do now? That long sword has limited old Zeduo, preventing him from playing to his strengths. Old Ren is also restrained by caging Teo. The situation is extremely unfavorable for them. Kwei frowned. Now it's not just them. There are also the Chianaya Pavilion and Yi mentioned by that person. If Yi is here, he may be here in the future. Once they join forces, Old Ren and his men may be in danger. The black-clothed woman next to her spoke. As she finished speaking, Lu Yuan, holding a long sword, moved. His figure suddenly rushed out, and the long sword in his hand chopped out as fast as lightning. The violent and piercing sound of the sword instantly pierced into Zeduo Yunleng's eardrum. Not only the sound of the sword, but also a hot breath came. This heat instantly swept his whole body, and a shadow enveloped his mind. His eyes condensed, and the cold air in his body quickly surged out. He stabilized his mind and slapped out with a palm, while moving his figure. The cold air in his palm collided with the long sword. Swish! The collision of cold and heat made a hissing sound, and a white mist appeared where they fought, but was immediately burned by the flames. Zeduo Yunleng, can you still be so arrogant now? After the first fight, Naluan showed a ferocious smile. The power of Qi and blood was amplified by the long sword. While resisting, it also vaguely suppressed the coldness in the opponent's hand. This made him fearless. When fighting with him, Zeduo Yunleng's face was gloomy. The opponent used the hot breath on the long sword to resist the coldness in his Qi. At this moment, his advantage was completely lost. If it continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Thinking so in his heart, Zeduo Yunleng's body shot directly towards Naluan. If he was suppressed in internal strength, he would suppress the opponent in moves. In addition, he was a cold Qi, which also restrained the fire attribute. This was a mutually restraining relationship. His coldness could not cause damage to the opponent, and the hot breath from the long sword in the opponent's hand was the same for him. In this situation, he needed to strike first and suppress the opponent. He raised his palm into a claw and grabbed the opponent's chest. The move was fierce. However, Lu Yuan was always alert, so he avoided Zeduo Yunleng's attack smoothly. After failing to hit him, Zeduo Yunleng did not stop. He clenched his palm into a fist, and a cold air quickly gathered on his fist. It seemed that he was going to fight with force. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he turned the long knife in his palm and slashed directly under the opponent's arm. This long knife is not only hot, but also sharp. Seeing this, Zeduo Yunleng immediately retracted his fist and dodged the knife. After dodging the long knife, Zeduo Yunleng's pace accelerated, and he appeared in front of Lu Yuan in a blink of an eye, and his clenched fist suddenly opened. Swish, swish. Two cold rays shot out instantly, so fast that they shot into the opponent's eyes in a blink of an eye. Ah! Lu Yuan screamed. The long knife in his hand burst into blood and energy, and waved it randomly. Zeduo Yunleng, who succeeded in his attack, quickly retreated to avoid being hit by the swords. One strike, a flying needle made of ice, shot and blinded the opponent's eyes. This person from the Heavenly Supervision Division is indeed not simple, and the timing is very accurate. This time, you really don't plan to take action? If he is killed, we may not see the people behind the evil alliance. At this time, Future spoke in the dark. This evil alliance led to the Heavenly Supervision Division. I'm afraid it is intentional to pressure us and the Anking Marquis to tie us together. Although I don't know what this evil alliance wants to do, but it's probably not simple. They may stir up unrest in the Great Zhao Dynasty. It's not easy for us to get involved, not to mention that, as long as they move, we can find them, but they should not give up cooperating with us. Emperor Yi said. Involving the Heavenly Supervision Division of the Great Zhao Dynasty, the matter must be serious. They Xian'ai Pavilion have offended the Zenfu Division. If they have a conflict with Xianjian Division, again, it will be bad for their Xian'ai Pavilion to develop. Of course, if all the people here are killed, no outsiders will know about this. But some people cannot be killed, so he did not make a move. His eyes could not help but look at where Chen was. Future looked at the direction of Chen, as if he understood Emperor Yi's thoughts. Chen is not dead, so he cannot die in front of them. If the other party attacks Chen, they have to save him. On the scene, the dancing Lu Yuan has stopped. Although his eyes can't see clearly, his consciousness is still there. Zhuo Yunleng, you are so despicable, Lu Yuan said coldly. Despicable, only the weak say so. Now I don't know what means you have to fight me. If I catch you, I think we can know more about Evil Alliance. The reason why Zhuo Yunleng did not pursue the victory was that he wanted to catch him alive. He believed that Lu Yuan knew a lot. Caging Tao, protect me and leave, Lu Yuan said to Caging Tao at this time. Caging Tao, who was wearing brocade clothes, had a slightly condensed look in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan, who was so imposing before, was actually stabbed in the eyes. He came towards Lu Yuan. Caging Tao, it seems that you can't tell the situation clearly. Ren Weiyan, who had confronted him before, said in a deep voice. I can tell the situation clearly. Caging Tao, who was speaking, had already appeared beside Lu Yuan. When the voice fell, he suddenly turned around and shot towards Lu Yuan. At the moment of shooting out, his left hand clenched into a fist, and a strong force burst out from the fist. He punched the opponent's chest, and his right hand grabbed the long knife in the opponent's hand. Bang! The lightning fast punch hit the opponent's chest. Lu Yuan didn't expect Caging Tao to attack him at all. He was not prepared at all. He only felt a volcanic energy appearing in his chest, and the whole person flew backwards. In the process, the long sword in his hand was also taken away in the blink of an eye. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person collapsed on the ground. His chest ribs and meridians in his body were all broken. Caging Tao attacked without holding back, just wanting to kill Lu Yuan with one punch. Cough. Cough. He was already blind, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. It seemed that he was not going to survive. You are so cruel. After saying this, the whole person had no breath. Caging Tao Ren Weiyan saw this situation and roared. He had already rushed to Lu Yuan's side, wanting to see if he could save Lu Yuan. At this moment, King Hao, who had been standing beside Feng Shangan, had a cold light flash in his eyes, turned his palm at his waist, and then a cold light flashed instantly. Feng Shangan, who was in surprise, had a blood mark on his neck. King Hao He pointed at King Hao. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Yuan. He is too confident. If he doesn't lose, you don't have to die. The cold light in King Hao's hand disappeared, and it was an extremely thin soft sword. How could King Hao be weak if he could become the second King Hao? For a moment, the scene became silent. It was totally unimaginable that things would turn out like this. Miss King Hao. Wei couldn't believe it when she saw this. I underestimated King Hao. No wonder he could become the second King Hao. King Chen looked at King Hao in the pavilion and murmured. King Hao, ranked third among the 10 great Marcoses, such a status is not something that everyone can do. She made a mistake on her side and underestimated King Hao. This is the price of underestimating King Hao. In the pavilion, King Hao walked over Feng Shangan calmly and slowly walked towards the carriage. Caging Tao followed King Hao with a long sword. When approaching the carriage, Ren Weiyan and Zhuo Yunleng approached. Does the Marquis want to leave like this? Ren Weiyan looked at King Hao and said coldly. Do you two want to stop us? I'm the King Marquis of the Great Zhao Dynasty. What reason do you have to stop me? Of course you can't take me away. As for the long sword, I asked someone to refine the weapon myself. Do you two want to steal it? King Hao looked at the two people and said calmly. Now everyone who should appear is dead, and Qian Jianxi can't take him away at all. And as long as he has the long sword in his hand, I believe that the people of Zimeng will contact him again. After all, his purpose of coming here is to take the long sword. Hearing King Hao's words, Ren Weiyan's eyes burned with anger and wanted to take action. King Hao, it's okay for you to leave, but I still advise you to hand over the long sword to us. Zhuo Yun looked at the other party coldly and said in a deep voice. Since you don't attack me, then I'll leave. King Hao did not reply to him, but stepped onto the half-destroyed and somewhat broken carriage with Caging Tao. This. Ren Weiyan looked at King Hao who was leaving, clenched his hands, and thought about punching King Hao. The carriage slowly left their sight. At this time, King Chen and the other three came galloping from the dark. Greetings, princess. We have done a bad job. Please punish us. Old Zeduo, old Ren, this is not your fault. I underestimated Marquis Anking. Take the body back and see if we can get any clues from the body. Chen said. Okay. Ren Wein raised his hand to grab Lu Yun's body, but when he grabbed the other party, bang, the other party's chest exploded and the whole body became blurred. Marquis Anking did not give them anything that could get any clues. There is no need to deal with Feng Shangan's body. Let the people of Feng Jiazhuang deal with it. There is nothing valuable on him. Chen shook his head. Judging from the situation just now, Feng Shangan probably hasn't seen the top leaders of the Evil Alliance, so there will be no useful value left on his body, and it is useless to bring back the body. Take our people and the body away, Chen ordered. Then he left with his men. Everyone has left. Let's go to. In the dark, Future looked at Li Di and said, let's go, but before we go, we have to take something away. Emperor of the Night looked in the direction where Anking Hao had left. You want the long sword on Anking Hao's body. Future seemed to understand Emperor of the Night's thoughts. Let's go. The two of them quickly headed in the direction where Anking Hao had left. At this time, on the passage down the mountain, Evil Alliance suffered a big loss this time. I wonder if they will attack Heavenly Supervision Division. Caging Teo said beside Anking Hao. The figures of the two can be seen in the broken carriage. Evil Alliance should not attack Heavenly Supervision Division for the time being, but I'm a little curious about Heavenly Supervision Division attacking Evil Alliance. Evil Alliance has not made any big moves. How could it attract Heavenly Supervision Division? Anking Hao said in a deep voice. Has anything special happened in the capital recently? Anking Hao asked the old man driving the carriage. My lord, if there is anything special, it is that many virgins have disappeared in and around the capital. Hearing what the old man said, Anking Hao's eyes condensed. What does the Evil Alliance want to do? They are using living virgins to practice. No wonder they are targeted by the Heavenly Supervision Division. Then, Lord, do we still need to contact them? Caging Teo said solemnly. Contact. Transactions are transactions. The people who appear in the Heavenly Supervision Division now can't control me, Anking Hao said. Just as he was speaking, suddenly, the carriage stopped because there were two people standing in front of their carriage. Emperor of the Night, in the future, Anking Hao was stunned when he saw the two people. Hand over your weapons and you can leave. Otherwise, if I take action, you may be injured. Emperor of the Night looked at Anking Hao and said. Emperor of the Night, let me measure your strength. Caging Teo, who was sitting on the carriage, jumped up and rushed towards Emperor of the Night. At the moment of rushing out, the long sword in his hand was instantly pulled out. A huge blood energy poured into the long sword, and the hot breath on the long sword surged. Emperor of the Night is the one who killed our Yang Xiang. His strength is unfathomable, and he must do his best. You are not worthy of measuring my strength. Emperor Knight snorted coldly, and a violent energy appeared on his body. He punched out, and the fist force exploded, detonating the air. The surrounding air was like a compressed cannonball, pressing towards the long sword that split open. The hot flames that burst out from the long sword were directly extinguished under the compression of the air, and then the fistful of fist force fell on the opponent's long sword. The rolling energy rushed into the long sword along the fist, and rushed towards the opponent. Emperor Knight wanted to suppress the opponent with his powerful energy. Seeing this, Caging Teo, who had made a move, could only go all out to burst out his own fist force to fight with the opponent. Boom. At this time, the Danshanin, Emperor Knight, changed, and an endless ocean appeared. At the same time, the surging power suddenly surged out. Bang! Caging Teo, who was fighting with Emperor Knight, was directly blown away by the sudden powerful energy, and the long sword fell to the ground. Emperor Knight raised his hand and sucked the long sword into his hand. The key in the Danshan turns into the sea. How did you reach this level? Caging Teo, who fell to the ground, looked at GD with an expression of disbelief on his face. Anking Hao, who was sitting on the carriage, changed his expression when he heard Caging Teo's words. There are generally 3 stages when reaching the 9th difficulty of the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. After reaching the 9th difficulty, the key in the body is strong, and some strong people begin to want to turn the key in their danshan into the sea. From this name, we can see how much key is needed to turn the sea. Of course, not only strong internal key is required, but also the key in the danshan must be turned into the sea under a certain perception. Because in this way, you can concentrate your mind in the sea. If you turn the sea randomly, you can't concentrate your mind in the sea at all, and it is impossible to reach the 3rd stage and break the void with your mind. Of course, no one has reached the 3rd stage yet. Ed showed great strength when he appeared. Such a person would never turn the sea randomly, so when King Hao couldn't help but be surprised. TSK. When he was surprised, Ed swung the long sword in his hand, and a knife energy slashed directly at Caging Teo's neck. The bloody head rolled to the ground. My lord, you go first. Seeing this, the old man sitting in the carriage immediately protected and King Hao. Emperor Knight, I am the An King Hao of the great Zhao dynasty. Do you dare to kill me? And King Hao looked at Emperor Knight and said sternly, why don't you dare to kill? Jin Yuling died in the hands of Golden Wind and Rain Tower. We should have become enemies. You said that's such a good opportunity. Why shouldn't I kill him? Emperor Knight said coldly. At this time, 2 figures appeared here. It was Ren Wei and Zeduo Yunleng who had come down the mountain. When they heard the noise here, they immediately sped up and rushed over. Looking at the 2 people who appeared, Emperor Knight turned around and said to Future, let's go. The 2 left quickly without any pause. Chapter 395, Hanayu Sect, Xianshan Sect, 7 swordsmen from Xianshan, combined chapter. Inside the Shan Gate, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the futon, looking at Yuan Suan who came to report, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Mirren King Chen is not dead. No wonder the royal family seems to be deliberately suppressing it, and not taking any action. But I don't know what Mei Zuanshan will think when she knows this. After all, she is the most unlucky one. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh for Mei Zuanshan. I don't know how Mei Zuanshan is doing after returning to Changhan Palace. Su Chen couldn't help thinking in his heart. The information from the Jiangnan area, Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, has not been able to grasp it in time, so it doesn't know the situation in Changhan Palace. What's more, the main purpose of Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower is still the capital, and other areas have not increased their strength for the time being. The Evil Alliance has attracted the attention of Cheyenne Jianxi. Let Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower find out what happened as soon as possible. Su Chen ordered Yuan Suan just informed Su Chen of the information sent by Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. There are 2 points in the content. The first is that Mirren King Chen is not dead and may have taken over the Heavenly Supervision Division. The other is that the Evil Alliance is mentioned again. Now Emperor of the Night has obtained the top level weapon that the other party wants. I believe that with this top level weapon, the other party will meet them. Bei Chaofei is already investigating. It is estimated that it will not take long to find out this matter. Yuan Suan said. In fact, it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. Didn't Mirren King Chen show up? You can let Bei Chaofei contact Mirren King Chen. Isn't she going to take over the Heavenly Supervision Division? She must know about this matter. Su Chen suddenly thought. Golden Wind and Rain Tower is developing in the capital, and it must be beneficial to contact Mirren King Chen, who was born in the royal family of the great Zhao dynasty. Is the 5 poison boy not back yet? Su Chen turned and asked Yuan Suan on the side. It has been a long time since he sent the 5 poison boy to deliver elixirs to Cui Woohoo. He has finished all the things in Qinglang Temple, and the 5 poison boy has not returned yet, so he can't help asking. The 5 poison boy replied that he will help Cui Woohoo there for a while. Yuan Suan said, then let him help Cui Woohoo there for a while. Su Chen said, although the 5 poison boy is called the 5 poison boy, he is just a dwarf. He is really old. Master. At this time, Kaiao Feng, who had been in the house, stepped forward and said, Kaiao Feng is tall and has a majestic aura, giving people a sense of heroism. Kaiao Feng, how do you understand this world? Su Chen said Kaiao Feng and the 3 elders have been learning about this world in the great Zhao dynasty since they were summoned by Su Chen. Unlike others, Boss Kao appeared with his gang members. And Su Chen also wants to make the Beggars Gang the largest gang in the Great Zhao Dynasty. As for the 1000 gang members, Su Chen arranged them to leave in batches. These people waited for Kao Feng to summon them and would gather together at that time. We have learned almost everything. Master, we are going to the Jiangnan area. It is relatively rich there, but there is a big gap between the rich and the poor, which is suitable for the development of our Beggars Gang. Kao Feng said. Jiangnan area. Su Chen's initial idea was also to go to the Jiangnan area. Lan Chengbi had already been to the Jiangnan area some time ago, and he is currently planning to build the Wook Villa. If Kao Feng goes there, both sides can help each other. I hope you will use the Jiangnan area as a base point to expand in all directions and become the largest sect in the Great Zhao Dynasty. Su Chen said. Thank you, my lord. I will lead the 3 elders and the gang members to the Jiangnan area. Kao Feng said. If you have any needs, you can contact Yuan Suan. If Lan Chengbi is in danger, I will also help. Su Chen said. The Jiangnan area is not ordinary. The Jiangnan area is not only large, but also rich in resources, and there are more Jianghu forces. It is difficult for some forces to survive in the Jiangnan area. Don't worry, my lord. I will meet with brother Lan Chengbi first when I go to Jiangnan. He has also been in the Jiangnan area for a while, and he must know more than me. Kao Feng said. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Then the two chatted for a while, and Kao Feng turned and left. After Kao Feng left, Yuan Suan also followed him out of the room, and Su Chen was the only one left in the room. Everything is on the right track, but my own strength is improving a little slowly. Su Chen thought to himself. At this time, outside the Shan Gate, a woman wearing a veil came to the Shan Gate. Who is it? The woman was stopped by the Shan Gate guards. Now the Shan Gate Master Su Chen is the master of the northern 9 counties, and the Shan Gate is a level higher than before. I'm an old friend of your headmaster. This is my visiting card. I believe that your headmaster will see me after seeing the visiting card. The veiled woman handed the visiting card in her hand to the guard. Please wait. The guard said hurriedly. It's okay for the other party to see other people, but if the other party directly sees the headmaster, it's not an ordinary person. After a while, the veiled woman was led into a banquet room. Didn't Miss Z return to the Hanyu sect? Why did you appear in my northern 9 counties again? While Su Chen was speaking, he waved his hand and asked her to sit down. Looking at Su Chen standing in front of him, Zi Hanyu sighed in his heart. He had thought that the other party was a nobody before, but now he found that the other party was definitely a crocodile. Thinking about what happened in Qingcheng at that time, there was no need to look. It must have been planned by Su Chen. Master Su, I came here this time mainly to cooperate with you. Zi Hanyu sat down and said. Cooperation? Is it to investigate the secret cave again? This cooperation is impossible to do. Su Chen was not very interested in finding the secret cave. To be honest, he didn't want the secret cave to be found at this time. The 9 northern counties had just calmed down. At this time, it was the time for him to increase his rule over the 9 northern counties. He didn't want anyone to mess up. If the secret cave appeared at this time, it would inevitably attract martial artists from the martial arts world. This was not what he wanted. This time we have to do something, not inside the pass, but outside the pass. We Hanyu sect are ready to come out. We want to occupy a place, and we have already chosen the place, which is Xianshan sect, outside the Great Wall. Zi Hanyu said. Hearing Zi Hanyu's words, Su Chen was stunned. Even Yuan Suan, who followed Su Chen to see Zi Hanyu, showed a surprised look on his face. Xianshan sect is not simple, and its strength is quite deep. I didn't expect that Hanyu sect would actually attack Xianshan sect. Miss Z, I'm a little confused. What does your desire to deal with Xianshan sect have to do with me? We don't seem to have anything to cooperate with. Su Chen asked in confusion. Hanyu sect wants to deal with Xianshan sect. This is a matter between the 2 sects. There is no need to tell him. Not to mention cooperation. Master Su, it is rumored that the master of Xianshan sect is ready to select 7 disciples from Xianshan sect to inherit the 7 magic swords of Xianshan sect. When these disciples of Chen sect go down the mountain, the first stop must be the 9 counties in the north. This is a threat to you. Zihanayu said. 7 swords go down Chen. It seems that your sect has someone in Chen sect. I wonder if Miss Z knows the characteristics of the 7 magic swords? Su Chen murmured. 7 swords descended from Chen mountain. Master Su's description is very appropriate. As for the characteristics of these 7 magic swords that Master Su said, I really don't know. Because these 7 magic swords were taken out by the master of Chen sect, Huo Mufeng, it is rumored that these 7 long swords have their own characteristics. They should all be weapon level weapons, or the top of the weapon level weapons. Zihanayu said. Top weapon level weapons? Who will choose the successor? Su Chen couldn't help asking. This time, it is selected from the younger generation. The person who gets the long sword will become Huo Mufeng's last disciple. From this point of view, the power of the 7 long swords should be extraordinary. Zihanayu said in a deep voice. The younger generation, no matter how strong they are, they can't cause any trouble. Su Chen said indifferently. Of course, he just said it. He knew the power of weapon level weapons, and had to be on guard. During this period, when Su Chen was reading idle books, he knew the definition of weapon level in the Great Zhou dynasty. Ordinary weapons, weapon level weapons. There is no distinction between ordinary weapons, but weapon level weapons are divided into low level, mid level, high level and top level. As for the weapons after weapon level weapons, it is rumored that they are spiritual treasures, but they have never appeared in the records. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zihanayu's expression condensed, and he said, Master Su may not care about these 7 people, but what do these 7 people represent when they go down the mountain? They represent the Chen sect, and they have the intention to enter the pass. Master Su, there are some things that we have to guard against. This time, we, Hanayu sect, want to join forces with you to take down Chen sect together. At that time, Master Su can take 2/3 of the resources of Chen sect, but Chen sect belongs to our Hanayu sect. I think this is extremely beneficial to Master Su. Hearing Zihanayu's words, Su Chen did not answer immediately, but tapped the table lightly with his fingers. From Zihanayu's words, it is beneficial for him to take action against Chen sect. But there is one thing that will be overlooked, that is, if he cooperates with the Hanayu sect to destroy the Chen sect, it will give people the impression that the Qinglang Society and the Hanayu sect have formed an alliance. In this case, people will be more wary of the Hanayu sect. Miss Z, this matter is beneficial to us and can help us eliminate the threatening opponents in the dark, but it is more beneficial to you. Joining forces with our Qinglang Society can expand the reputation of your Hanayu sect. What's more, there is another point. Why should I work with you to eliminate the Chen sect? After all, if you replace the Chen sect, then we may have to face your Hanayu sect in the future. Su Chen's eyes were half open and half closed, and his voice was very slow. But when he spoke, Zihanayu felt a heavy pressure falling on her, making her a little breathless. Su Chen became the head of the Shan sect and the leader of the martial arts world of the northern 9 counties. It can be said that he has been in a high position for a long time and has formed a kind of prestige. After all, his every word and deed represents the leader of the martial arts world of the northern 9 counties. Therefore, even if he did not use his own aura pressure at this moment, he could still suppress Zihanayu. Zihanayu took a deep breath and slowly suppressed Su Chen. She was horrified in her heart. At first, she had some contempt for Su Chen, but now there was no trace of it. For a moment, the banquet hall became silent. After a moment, Zihanayu took the lead in breaking the silence. I wonder if Sect Master Su wants to cooperate, and what is the price of cooperation? Cooperation. Of course we can cooperate, but the resources that Chen sect can take away must belong to us. As for the Chen sect's station and fixed resources, we don't want them. Sir Sect Master Su, how is this possible? Zihanayu immediately said after hearing Su Chen's words. Don't rush to refute. The most important place in Chen sect is Xianqi. We can't take Xianqi away, and it will become your Hanayu sect. Is there a problem with me taking all the resources? If you can't agree to this, then there is no possibility of us joining forces. Su Chen said. Zihanayu heard the firmness in Su Chen's tone. After thinking for a moment, he said, okay, I agree to Master Su. This will be your right choice, but I know that the people of Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower are outside the Great Wall, which shows that they have unified the Ghost Realm. According to reason, you should contact them. Su Chen asked after Zihanayu agreed to their request. Although we will not attack the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, we can also form an alliance with our enemies. What's more, Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower occupies the Ghost Realm, and it should have ideas about the outside of the Great Wall. We may become opponents with them. Zihanayu said in a deep voice. Recently, Hanayu sect learned that the Ghost Realm had changed its owner, and Duguwudiaf, Chyanaya Pavilion, became the master of the Ghost Realm. They will not be anxious. Is that so? Then I wish us a happy cooperation. As for how to deal with Chyanshan sect, we will cooperate with you in whatever arrangement you make. Of course, if you let our people be scapegoats, don't blame me for being cruel. Su Chen looked at Zihanayu, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zihanayu, who was opposite him, felt cold in her heart under Su Chen's gaze, and hurriedly said, don't worry, Master Su, we still want to continue to cooperate with you in the future. I agree, but I still have to convince some elders in the sect, and come to visit Master Su in a few days. Zihanayu stood up, and said goodbye while speaking. See you off, Miss Z. Su Chen said to Yuan Suan. After seeing Zihanayu off, Su Chen frowned. Before, he had thought that he would gradually expand the power of the ghost domain and suppress the Chyanshan sect at that time, but he did not expect that the Hanayu sect would have thoughts about the Chyanshan sect. And from Zihanayu's words, it can be heard that the Hanayu sect's plan for the Chyanshan sect is not a short-term thing. This is also the reason why Su Chen finally agreed to cooperate with the other party. Of course, Su Chen is most interested in the 7 long swords of the Chyanshan sect. Another place. Zihanayu left the Shan gate and quickly went to the forest. Stopped beside a stream. After a while, there was a rapid sound of breaking wind, and then 2 figures appeared behind Zihanayu. They were 2 old men, one blue and one gray. When they saw Zihanayu, they stepped forward and saluted, saying, Saintis. 2 elders, Su Chen has agreed to let us take action together, but he wants all the resources in the Chyanshan sect. Zihanayu said. All the resources? Hearing this, the 2 old men frowned slightly and said, they think 2/3 is not enough, and they want all. This Su Chen's appetite is too big. I'm afraid the leader will not agree to this. I have already agreed. Seeing this, what did the 2 men want to say? Zihanayu said calmly, we can let our people in the Chyanshan sect move some away before we take action. In this way, Su Chen will not know. Hearing Zihanayu's words, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the 2 old men. This method is indeed good. Then we will report to the leader according to this plan. The old man in green robe said. Okay, do this as soon as possible. When I get a reply, I will discuss with Su Chen how many masters to send to deal with the Chyanshan sect, Zihanayu said. When Su Chen was preparing to deal with the Chyanshan sect, many people gathered in the main hall of the Chyanshan sect outside the Great Wall. Among them, the man in black standing with his hands behind his back in the central hall was Huo Mufeng, the head of the Chyanshan sect. On both sides of the hall sat several people, and their auras were diffused, and they faintly revealed a sharp edge. The people on the left and right sides had a particularly strong aura. One of them was dressed in green, and he also looked like a middle-aged man, but his face was slightly pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. At this time, his eyebrows were locked, and he was filled with a majesty that was not angry. His thin lips were pursed into a cold arc, which made it clear that this person would not be a kind-hearted person. This person was Mu Fengyan, the master of Nanshan. The other person was an old man in a white robe. His face was gaunt and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he was sleeping. However, the aura he exuded was no worse than that of Mu Fengyan on the opposite side. He was the lord of the North Mountain, Jinduai. The others were the elders of the North and South Mountains. Among them were 7 people kneeling. They were the 7 people selected from the internal competition of the Chen sect. These 7 people were going to take over the 7 magic swords awarded by Huo Mufeng, the head of the Chen sect. After obtaining the magic swords, they would leave the Chen sect and make the Chen sect famous. Chapter 396, Giving the Sword, Going Down the Mountain, Mon Knife of the Red Sand Palace, one knife and the head flies, combined into one chapter. Master, the auspicious time has come. We can start teaching swords. At this time, Mufeng Gan stood up and bowed. Huo Mufeng nodded. When he nodded, the other elders present stood up one after another and looked outside the hall. At this time, 7 people walked into the hall one after another, each holding a long brocade box in their hands. The 7 people holding the brocade box stood in front of the 7 people who had been kneeling before. They opened the brocade box. Suddenly, 7 long swords appeared in front of everyone, and 7 different sword auras came out from the scabbards. There was such a sword aura before the scabbards were unsheathed, which showed that these 7 long swords were extraordinary. These 7 long swords were made by me during the years when I was in the Chen sect. When these 7 long swords are born, it means that the reputation of the Chen sect will be spread. The shame of being in the mountain should be washed away when these long swords are unsheathed. Today, the 7 of you who receive these 7 magic swords are my last disciples. Huo Mufeng. You must abide by the belief that the sword is alive as long as the person is alive, and the sword is dead as long as the person is dead. The first thing you have to do when you go down the mountain is to destroy the ghost domain that now lies outside the Great Wall. Huo Mufeng's voice was very calm, but it revealed a murderous intention. We will definitely live up to the expectations of the headmaster. The 7 people bowed immediately. They stood up and took the long swords from the brocade box. Go down the mountain. Huo Mufeng waved his hand after the 7 people took the long swords. The 7 people did not hesitate and turned to walk out of the hall. The 2 mountain masters stay and the others retreat first. Huo Mufeng said when the 7 people turned to leave. Yes. The elders in the hall bowed and left. For a moment, only 3 people were left in the hall. Master, using these 7 people and 7 magic swords to lure out our opponents, isn't this price too high? Said Mufeng Gan, the lord of the South Mountain. Not at all. Think about how long it has been since we opened the mountain for the Chen sect, and we found that some people were mixed in our Chen sect. Some of these people followed us to close the mountain, and some joined in the middle of the mountain closure. What does this mean? It means that the other party has long been eyeing our Chen sect. Now that we are opening the mountain, the other party may attack us. If we don't lure them out, we will have trouble sleeping and eating. Jinduai, the Lord of the North Mountain, said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of the Lord of the North Mountain, Mufeng Gan said nothing. He also knew the seriousness of the matter, but he was afraid that something unexpected would happen to the 7 long swords. Fengan, the enemies in the dark are the most terrifying. Only by luring them out can we feel at ease. Moreover, the 7 of them are not just baits, but also hunters. I believe these 7 people will enhance the prestige of our Chen sect. Huo Mufeng spoke at this time. From their words, we can know that the arrangement of 7 people carrying 7 long swords down the mountain this time is to lure out the enemies they are looking for. Master, the ghost domain is occupied by Dugu Wudi. He is from Chyanaya Pavilion. Information from the capital shows that this Chyanaya Pavilion is not simple. The Lord of Nanshan, Mufeng Gan, said. Not simple. So what? The information from the capital mentioned that the Lord of the North Pavilion of Chyanaya Pavilion is the 9th stage of the Sea of Difficult Transformation of the Heavenly Man. Such strength is not worth my fear. Huo Mufeng said in a cold voice. The moment he spoke, the originally calm aura on Huo Mufeng's body suddenly surged, and an astonishing aura burst out from Huo Mufeng's body. However, this aura appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Turning around and looking out of the hall, he raised his head and said, Emperor Zhao, have you reached the stage of breaking the void after years of seclusion? In the world today, there is only one person that he fears, and that is Emperor Zhao of the Great Zhao Dynasty. But now that Emperor Zhao is in seclusion, Huo Mufeng is not afraid of anyone. Back then, he was defeated by Emperor Zhao, and his condensed divine thoughts were dispersed by Emperor Zhao, and the Sea of Danshan was even blown up, forcing him to close the Qianshan sect. Now his strength has improved further on the previous basis, and he wanted to go out of the mountain to fight Emperor Zhao again. But Emperor Zhao was in seclusion, so he did not leave for the capital. Of course, he also knew in his heart that he was not Emperor Zhao's opponent, so during this period, he was concentrating his momentum, and when the momentum reached a certain level, he would leave for the capital. Sensing the vast aura in the headmaster's body, Mu Fengyan and Jinduai showed a hint of excitement on their faces. Pay close attention to the movements of the 7 of them, and destroy them as soon as the opponent appears. Huo Mu Feng said. Yes. The 2 bowed and left the hall. Mountain and River Gate. Yuan Suan appeared in front of Su Chen. My lord, Miss Z sent a message that the people who wield the 7 swords from the Qianshan sect are going down the mountain, and their first stop is to destroy the ghost domain. Has Du Guwudi been informed of the news about destroying the ghost domain? Su Chen frowned slightly. Before I came, I had already informed Du Guwudi of the news. I think Du Guwudi should be prepared, but he is carrying 7 weapon-level weapons. Should we arrange some people to the ghost domain? Yuan Suan said. Do you know the strength of those 7 people? Su Chen said. Miss Z didn't tell us the specific strength. I think Du Guwudi will send people to test the strength of these people after receiving the information. Yuan Suan said. If there is any news, notify me. Don't send anyone there for the time being. Let Du Guwudi deal with it on his own. But the first stop for the people from the Qianshan sect is the ghost domain, which means the second stop may be Qingcheng. We should pay attention to this, and let Bei Xianyu be careful. Su Chen said thoughtfully. Now, ghost domain and Qingcheng both belong to Xianaya Pavilion. Du Guwudi is in the frontier, and Bei Xianyu is in Qingcheng. If the other party attacks ghost domain, then they may attack Qingcheng. Qingcheng is one of the passages connecting the interior and the frontier, and the other party may want it. Let Liu Shengyajian and Zhu Yaran go to Qingcheng. Su Chen then ordered. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Yuan Suan bowed and left the room. It's unlikely that 7 people want to pry open the frontier and the border. Qianshan sect, you should have a backup plan. Su Chen thought to himself. Ghost domain. In a large cave, the lights were burning, illuminating the cave like daylight. Du Guwudi sat on the main chair. Below him, there were several people standing. Some of these people were the former bosses of Ghost Domain, but now they have become elders of Ghost Domain, and served Du Guwudi. In Du Guwudi's previous life, he was able to take charge of Wu Demon, and it was not a problem for him to lead aside. The 7 swordsmen of the Qianshan sect descended from the Qianshan mountains. It is rumored that their purpose in descending from the Qianshan mountains is to destroy our ghost domain. Our ghost domain has now become a sharpening stone for them to descend from the mountain. Du Guwudi looked at the crowd and said, Domain Lord, judging from the route they are taking, it does seem that they are heading towards our ghost domain. We should send someone to intercept them. One of them spoke up. The person who spoke was wearing a black robe with a skull embroidered on the cuffs. He was the former 3rd in command of the ghost domain, named Wu Tao. Elder Wu, you go and handle this matter. Find out the strength of these people and the situation of the 7 swords on them. Du Guwudi ordered. Detecting the strength is one aspect, and the characteristics of the 7 rumored weapon level weapons must also be mastered. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Wu Tao accepted the order. At this time, the outside of the Great Wall was turbulent. On the first day, the 7 swordsmen of the Qianshan sect were surrounded and killed by dozens of people from the ghost domain. One of them drew his sword, which was a double-headed sword that could attack and defend. When he attacked, there was a chill on the sword. As long as the wound was cut, the chill would invade the body and freeze the blood in the body, causing the opponent to die because the blood could not flow. The person who used this long sword was a man named Lu Yun, whose strength was 3 levels of heaven and man. With the long sword in his hand, he killed dozens of people who surrounded and killed him in the ghost domain within 3 seconds. On the second day, another person drew his sword, which was a yin-yang sword. When he attacked, one side was shining with golden light and the other side was dark fog. When he attacked, you could only see golden light in your eyes, and then it was dark, without any other colors. The user was Lin Mu. After he drew his sword, the second group of people who surrounded and killed him in the ghost domain were blinded and their throats were easily cut by the opponent. His strength was also 3 levels of heaven and man. On the third day, the ghost domain continued to send people to intercept. This time, it was a relatively old man. The old man had countless small pieces of iron condensed in his hands, and the Kijin was running, and they closed in an instant, and the Kijin was released. The small pieces of iron shot out like a rain of swords. Once they were approached, they instantly turned into a hornet's nest. 3 days. 3 consecutive days. Chen Sect 3 of the 7 swordsmen attacked with lightning speed, crushing the people sent by the ghost domain. According to the speed of the 7 people, they will appear outside the ghost domain on the 5th day. Ghost domain. Domain lord. From the information we have detected, the strength of these 7 people should be at the level of the 3 difficulties of heaven and man, but the weapons in their hands are indeed extraordinary. Wu Tao bowed and stood in front of Du Gu Wudi. The 3 difficulties of heaven and man. Weapon level weapons? Let those who went to test come back. There is no need to make fearless sacrifices. Gather all the elders and hundreds of elite disciples, and join me to surround and kill the 7 swords tomorrow. Du Gu Wudi said coldly. I will go and gather them now. Wu Tao has been very angry these days. In 3 days, he has lost nearly 50 people, but the other side only has 3 people attacking, and is still unscathed, so he is unwilling to accept it. Now Du Gu Wudi is ready to lead hundreds of people, to surround and kill the other side. He does not believe that the other side can still survive under the siege of hundreds of people. At this time, King Cheng, in a restaurant, Zihan Yu was standing on the top of a pavilion in an inn, looking at the golden wind and drizzle tower across the street. Saint, why are we here? An old man in a green robe beside Zihan Yu said. Let's watch the show. The Chen sect sent 7 swords to the ghost realm to destroy Du Gu Wudi, who now controls the ghost realm. They must know that the golden wind and drizzle tower in King Cheng is from the same lineage as Du Gu Wudi, so someone should attack the golden wind and drizzle tower here. Zihan Yu said in a deep voice. We in the Chen sect have not received any news that the Chen sect will attack King Cheng. Where did the saint get this news? The grey-robed old man on the other side said in confusion. The Chen sect cannot come, but the Chen sect can appoint others to come. Hearing Zihan Yu's words, the green-robed old man and the grey-robed old man looked at each other and said at the same time, Saintess, you are guessing that the Red Sand Palace will attack the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower here. Yes, Zihan Yu said very confidently. While she was speaking, among the crowd, there was a figure heading towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Here they come. Zihan Yu looked at the figure heading towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower and said, the Red Sand Palace Mo. I didn't expect him to take action. The grey-robed old man's eyes moved slightly. From the name Mo, it can be seen that this person has some origins with the sword. It is only him who is most suitable to take action. After all, his strength is similar to Beishai Yu, and they are both sword practitioners. It is normal for 2 sword warriors to fight. The green-robed old man said. This red sandalwood palace wants to leave a way out for itself, but it feels unnecessary. They are already enemies with Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, and they are still thinking about these things. The grey-robed old man shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, 2 sharp sword intentions burst out from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. The 2 sword intentions were very strong and fierce. Such strong sword intentions. Are they fighting each other? The green-robed old man stared at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, as if he could see something inside. At this time, the people on the street also sensed this sharp and domineering sword energy and hurriedly quickened their pace to leave. As for the shops on the street, they also closed their doors and windows. Let's go and see. Maybe we can still cooperate with them. Zihan Yu spoke and jumped down and headed towards Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower outside the lobby. Mo, who had entered Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower earlier, looked at Beishai Yu with a fiery look in his eyes. He could see the shadow of a swordsman in Beishai Yu. Today we will fight. Life and death are up to fate. Emma Wentian looked at Beishianayu and said, "The sword intent is condensed, the breath is like evil, your strength is enough for me to use all my strength." When Beishianayu spoke, he raised the long sword in his hand. The moment the long sword was raised, a terrifying evil spirit burst out from him. This evil spirit was extremely strong, carrying a breath of death. Beishianayu was practicing the 3 swords of the Abasi Road given to him by Chen. Emma Wendeo, who was opposite him, sensed the breath bursting out from Beishianayu. His pupils suddenly condensed, and he stepped on the ground, and the long sword in his hand instantly chopped out. The sword intent condensed by the opponent was a little scary. He couldn't let the opponent condense all this sword intent, so he attacked first. Suddenly, endless terrifying sword lights appeared around them. These terrifying sword lights finally turned into a white light and went towards Beishianayu. Beishianayu, who was opposite him, also drew his sword. With a sword slash, it seemed that a yellow spring appeared between heaven and earth. Bang! The 2 blade energies collided, spreading in all directions, colliding with the air, and making a sharp whistling sound. "Take another blow from me." As he spoke, Beishianayu stood up, and the long blade in his hand was instantly covered with blood. He chopped it out, and the blood-colored light on the blade turned into a blood light, slashing towards Emma Wentian. Emma Wentian's eyes condensed, and the ki in his body burst out and poured into his own long blade. The knife came out, and the ki rotated, forming a whirlwind around the long blade, heading towards Beishianayu's blood-colored long blade. Boom. The 2 forces collided. The long blade in Beishianayu's hand cut through the blade chopped out by Emma Wendeo, and went towards Emma Wendeo. Seeing this, Emma Wendeo quickly slashed out again, at a fast speed, and chopped Beishianayu's blade energy into pieces. At that moment, Beishianayu kicked the ground with his feet, and his figure soared into the air, turning into a black light, and appeared beside Emma Wendeo. The long blade in his hand chopped out quickly. Then Emma Wendeo could only raise the blade to resist. The huge force directly crushed the ground under his feet, and large pieces of rubble shot out. After a successful attack, Beishianayu raised the long sword in his hand and slashed again, and a large piece of sword light enveloped Emma Wendeo. Under the sword light, Emma Wendeo's mind was completely eroded by the sword light, and a feeling of facing death arose in his heart. However, Emma Wentian was sent by the Red Sandalwood Palace, and his mind was also very strong. Under Beishianayu's fierce sword moves, he quickly adjusted his body and moves. Puff! Suddenly, his wrist holding the sword could not withstand the power of Beishianayu's sword, and it directly cracked, and a stream of blood spurted out. The pain on his wrist made him a little late in his sword defense. At this point, Beishianayu's sword flashed, penetrated the opponent's defense, and slashed on the opponent's neck. In an instant, Emma Wendeo's head flew into the sky and then fell to the ground. The head that fell to the ground kept fear, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. He was killed just like that. Zihanayu, who was watching the fight, frowned slightly. The appearance of Emma Wen knife did not cause any trouble to Beishianayu. Chapter 397, Winning Over, Investigating, and Speculating. Zatan Palace shouldn't think of leaving a way out, they should send strong people here, so that they won't fail. Zihanayu sighed in her heart, with a hint of emotion in her tone. If it were her, she would definitely send an opponent stronger than Beishianayu. I'm afraid that a stronger person won't work. There are 2 terrifying auras in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Although the aura just flashed by, it was still frightening. It seems that this Cheyenne Pavilion still attaches great importance to this place. The grey-robed old man next to Zihanayu looked at the inner courtyard of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, his eyes full of fear. Is there a master in this Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? Zihanayu's beautiful eyes moved. The grey-robed old man nodded. Then let's go down and pay a visit to the owner of the Beishianayu Tower. Zihanayu showed a hint of smile on her face, and her figure landed directly in the courtyard. Seeing Zihanayu appear, Beishianayu's expression did not change, but just glanced at Zihanayu. When Zihanayu and the others appeared, he sensed it. Master Bei, this Emma Wendeo was instructed by the Xianshan sect to come and deal with you. So what? Beishianayu said calmly. He seemed not to care too much about the appearance of the Xianshan sect. Now the ruler of the ghost domain outside the Great Wall, Duguwudi, is facing the threat of the Chen sect. You all belong to the Cheyenne Pavilion. They will deal with Duguwudi and you, so I want to cooperate with Master Bei to deal with the Cheyenne sect. Zihanayu looked at Bei Xianyu and said, then we may not be able to cooperate, because our Jinfeng Xiaoyu Tower in King Cheng is going to withdraw, and I will leave. Bei Xianyu said, if they withdraw, then who will take over King Cheng? Zihanayu's eyes flashed with surprise, and she asked, it has been negotiated with sect leader Su, that the Shan sect will take over King Cheng. Bei Xianyu said truthfully, I understand that King Cheng is handed over to Su Chen, but I don't understand why you are leaving. Are you going to abandon Duguwudi and his men in the ghost domain? Zihanayu asked in confusion. Is each pavilion in Cheyenne Pavilion different? I don't have anything to entertain Miss Z here. Miss Z, please go back. Bei Xianyu turned and entered the pavilion after speaking. Elder Yin, what do you think he meant by this? Zihanayu looked at the grey-robed old man beside him and said, it seems to be telling us that Duguwudi has little to do with them. Maybe Duguwudi does not belong to North Pavilion. It seems that this Cheyenne Pavilion is not united. The grey-robed old man said, it's the same for our Hanayu sect. Since Bei Xianyu is leaving, there is no need to contact him again. Let's return to Lingnan County and discuss with Su Chen how to deal with Cheyenne sect. Zihanayu said. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the Red Sandalwood Palace to take action against Bei Xianyu and see the strength of Golden Wind and Rain Tower. Knowing that Bei Xianyu had masters, he thought about joining forces with Golden Wind and Rain Tower, but he didn't expect that the other party would leave. Now that the Cheyenne sect is colliding with the ghost domain, with the strength shown by Golden Wind and Rain Tower, today, I'm afraid we don't need to take action. Duguwudi should be able to suppress these 7 people. We can wait until they are almost exhausted, or lure out some Cheyenne sect masters, and then we will take action against Cheyenne sect. The grey-robed old man asked. Let's explore Su Chen's background first, and see how many masters he can send out. Huo Mufeng is not so easy to deal with. His strength has been fully restored. If you want to kill him, you may have to lose some people. All of this must be told to Su Chen in advance, so that Su Chen won't fall behind at that time. Zihanayu said. After that, Zihanayu led the two to Lingnan County. Lingnan County Shanman Su Chen is reading a book. Reading a book can trigger some lottery cards, which is one of his current jobs. The main reason is that the rewards triggered by other things are uncertain. After occupying the entire 9 northern counties, Su Chen deliberately let people release some information, saying that he likes to read some unofficial history or special ancient books, broken martial arts, etc. In order to please Su Chen, some forces sent a lot of ancient books, antiques, and some broken secret books. These books are enough for Su Chen to read for a long time. Master, just now Bei Xianyu sent a message that Mo Wendeo of Zitan Palace attacked him and was killed by him. Yuan Suan bowed beside Su Chen and said, Zitan Palace has completely surrendered to Cheyenne sect and become their vanguard. How is the background investigation of the 7 swords? Su Chen said. The identities of the 7 swords have been investigated, and their strengths are also known. They are all around the 3 difficulties of heaven and man. As for the special features of the 7 swords, Duguwudi is only letting the other side use 3 weapons. This is the information Duguwudi sent back from the outside of the Great Wall. He is ready to personally lead people to hunt down these 7 people. Yuan Suan handed a book in his hand to Su Chen. After Su Chen investigated, his brows slightly frowned. What do you think is the purpose of Huo Mufeng sending the 7 swords down from Xianshan? The 7 swords want to challenge Duguwudi and Guan Qi, which is a little unlikely. The outside world does not know about the improvement of Duguwudi's strength, but Guan Qi's record is definitely known to the Xianshan sect. The combat power displayed by these 7 people can be crushed by Guan Qi. Su Chen put down the information in his hand and spoke. Master, I have a guess that the Xianshan sect's actions may have something to do with the Hanayu sect. The 7 swords were prepared before they went down the mountain, and Zihanayu and the others came to us for cooperation after hearing the news. Do you think the Chen sect has noticed the intentions of the Hanyu sect? I have carefully investigated the situation of the Chen sect. The master Huo Mufeng is definitely a brilliant person. In the battle with Emperor Zhao, his realm was knocked down, and the Chen sect closed the mountain. Now that he has reappeared, it is certain that Huo Mufeng's strength has at least recovered, or even improved. Yuan Suan said what he was thinking. Listening to Yuan Suan's words, Su Chen raised his hand and grabbed another book, took a look, and turned to the first page. Discover the ancient map of the frontier outside Qingcheng, and be rewarded with one orange lottery card. Ancient map of the frontier outside Qingcheng. Hearing this, Su Chen secretly thought that he was lucky today. Can you find out what realm Huo Mufeng reached back then? Su Chen's eyes swept across the book and he spoke. According to the information from the Golden Wind and Rain Tower, Huo Mufeng's strength back then may have reached the stage of transforming the sea into a concentrated spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the first one chosen by Emperor Zhao to become the opponent who was ready to break the sky with martial arts. Yuan Suan said, transforming the sea into a concentrated spirit? Judging from our situation, our strength is still a little worse than his opponent. At this point, Su Chen frowned slightly. Now he has two strongest people on his side. One is Yi Di and the other is Li Chenzhao. The two have already transformed their Danshan into a sea and are in the stage of concentrating their spirits. Chapter 398. Gusan Tong, the Four Ghosts of Western Hunan, and the Heart-Blood of the Demonic Ape. Huo Mufeng, the head of the Chen sect, has reached the stage of concentration after the transformation of the sea. Li Chenzhao and Li Di are not his opponents at this stage. It seems that we have to meet Hanyu first. They should have some confidence in their decision to take action. Haven't they replied to my letter during this period? Su Chen continued to look at the book and asked. No reply. Head, you see, should we withdraw Dugu Wudi and his men first? If we continue to fight like this, the fishermen may be the Hanyu sect, not us. Yuan Suan said. Is that so? Su Chen frowned slightly. It was indeed as Yuan Suan worried that the fishermen might be the Hanyu sect. Let Bei Xianyu withdraw from Qingcheng first. Arrange for Li Xiangxing to lead people to Qingcheng. Guard it for a while and tell him to return after the matter of the Xianxian sect and the ghost domain in the outer frontier is over. Also send a message to Hanyu. If she doesn't come to discuss the matter of the Xianxian sect within 2 days, our cooperation will be cancelled. Su Chen ordered. Understood. I will send Li Xiangxing to Qingcheng to hand over to Bei Xianyu. Yuan Suan left the room. Huo Mufeng is so strong. So if Hanyu sect does not have someone who can fight Huo Mufeng, if they insist on fighting, the loss may be great. Su Chen thought to himself. Then he took a look at the lottery cards on his body. After so many days, Su Chen only got 3 orange lottery cards. Let's see if he can draw a character. To be honest, he said he lacked characters, but he didn't lack them. He was now lacking the kind of person who could make others particularly afraid and let him do whatever he wanted. Get the character Gusan Tong, get the character Xiangxi 4 ghosts, and a drop of blood from the heavenly demon ape. Seeing this, Su Chen's face changed. He didn't expect that Gusan Tong and Xiangxi dead ghost would appear this time. Gusan Tong, in the world's #1, became an undefeated naughty boy. He studied under the Xianxi weird man and practiced the power absorbing method and the Vajra indestructible divine art. He was an absolute strong man. Check the opponent's strength. His eyes condensed. Gusan Tong's strength is in the 9 difficulties of heaven and man. But there are 2 notes. One is that he has turned into a sea and condensed his mind, and the other is that he has broken the void. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi are also the best in the world. They practice the phantom magic skill and can suppress Ko Zengchen, who has been practicing the boy's skill. They can also fight Zhu Washi. The 4 of them are very powerful together. Check it out. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, the strength of the 4 of them is only in the 5 difficulties of heaven and man, but the 4 of them can fight against the 9 difficulties of heaven and man together. It seems that they can't fight against the strong people in the Danshan Transformation Sea realm. Su Chen looked at the information of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi and murmured. Danshan Transformation Sea. Su Chen recently checked some ancient books and knew that the internal key of the Danshan is like the sea. What does the sea mean? It means that the key is strong. The individual strength of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi is not very strong, but the 4 of them can remove the key of the opponent together. In addition, their weird and unpredictable phantom magic skill makes them very strong. In this world, martial arts are not ordinary. For example, it would be difficult for the Xiangxi 4 ghosts to resist the spiritual attack of Qianlan Temple before. These 4 people can be my bodyguards. Su Chen has never had a master who can be a bodyguard. After all, it is a bit unrealistic to let masters like Dingpeng, Yan Nanshan, and Li Qianzhao protect him. These are all people who dominate one side. It would be too inconsistent to put them around. The Xiangxi 4 ghosts are already bodyguards of a rich man, so they are suitable to be his bodyguards. As for the last one, the blood of the demon monkey is taken from the heart of the demon monkey, which can temper one's body. If I can't reach an agreement with Hanyu sect, I can show up in the ghost domain as Xianaya Pavilion to help the ghost domain fight against Xianshan sect. It is impossible to make Xianshan sect afraid of Guanqi and Dugu Wudi alone, so we must send strong people. Su Chen thought to himself. At this time, in the capital, Feng Jiazhuang, Feng Yunkang, the young master of Feng Jiazhuang, was taken away by the people of Xian Jianxi, and only Miran Qingchen was left here. Miran Qingchen did not intend to leave here, so he became the new owner of Feng Jiazhuang, but he did not change the name of Feng Jiazhuang. In the backyard, inside the pavilion. You mean Bai Chaofei is outside the villa and wants to see me? Miran Qingchen looked at Qi Yulinger and said, yes. It is estimated that when you appeared some time ago, you were seen by Emperor Yi and Future. Qi Yulinger said, at first I wanted to hide for a while, but I didn't expect to be discovered. It just so happens that I also want to meet Bai Chaofei and find out what their purpose is in entering the capital. Please ask him to the banquet hall. I will meet him in the banquet hall. Miran Qingchen said. Yes. Qi Yulinger got up and went to arrange Bai Chaofei. Miran Qingchen here, after a simple combing, came to the banquet hall in advance. When seeing Bai Chaofei, Miran Qingchen's face showed a slight surprise. When he was in Lingnan County, Bai Chaofei's strength was only at the stage of unity of spirit and soul, but now it is the 5 difficulties of heaven and man. This cultivation speed made her a little unimaginable. Hello, Miss Miran. Bai Chaofei said. He did not call Miran Qingchen princess, but greeted her with the name in Lingnan County, to make her seem less unfamiliar. Master Bai, I didn't expect that we would meet in the capital, after visiting Lingnan County. Miran Qingchen was not very familiar with Bai Chaofei. When she was in Lingnan County, she only met him once or twice. But she did not dare to ignore Bai Chaofei, because she still wanted to find out about Future and Emperor Knight from Bai Chaofei, thinking of getting the weapon level weapon back from Emperor Knight. The 3rd leader of Evil Alliance could not have asked Feng Shangan to refine such a long sword for him for no reason. There must be other uses. This time, Bai came to visit, actually thinking of cooperating with Miss Miran. My Golden Wind and Rain Tower has just come to the capital, and the foundation is a bit shallow. We need to cooperate with someone like Miss Miran. Bai Chaofei said. Hearing Bai Chaofei's words, Miran Qingchen did not smile, but became solemn. Master Bai, with Emperor Knight and Future, I'm afraid you don't need to cooperate with me. Miran Qingchen looked at Bai Chaofei and said. Bai Chaofei's sudden visit to discuss cooperation made her feel confused. After Emperor Knight and Future are stable here, they will leave the capital, so I came to visit Miss Miran. Of course, it's not just this reason. There is also the Su head of the Mountain River sect. He suggested that I cooperate with you. Bai Chaofei said. Su Chen's suggestion? Will Master Bai listen to his suggestion? Miran Qingchen looked at Bai Chaofei with a puzzled look. To be honest, sometimes I still have to listen to Su Chen's suggestions. Su Chen is not just the young leader of the Green Dragon Society. I won't say more. Miss Miran will know in the future. Bai Chaofei replied. It seems that Su Chen's identity is not simple. I'm very willing to cooperate with you, Golden Wind and Rain Tower, so I hope our cooperation will go smoothly. Miran Qingchen didn't ask any more questions. As for why she agreed so quickly, it was mainly because Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had the strength. Of course, she also wanted to learn about Evil Alliance from ED and Rihao while cooperating with Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Eternal Life Society, Bileo Hall, Zenwood Garden. Since we are cooperating, I wonder if Lord Bay can arrange for me to meet with the two seniors, Emperor Knight and Future. I will contact the two masters of Emperor Knight and Future after I go back. I think the two masters should meet Miss Murin. Bei Chaofei did not refuse Miran Qingchen's proposal. As a princess of the royal family, Miran Qingchen is qualified to meet Emperor Knight and Future. Then I'll trouble Lord Bei. Lord Bei should come here, not only to discuss cooperation with me this time. The previous words have been said, and now it's time to get to the point. Hearing Miran Qingchen's words, Bei Chaofei's eyes flashed. He really came here not only to discuss cooperation, but also to ask Miran Qingchen for help with something. Of course, if they didn't reach an agreement on cooperation before, he wouldn't have said this. Miss Muring, you have been investigating the Evil Alliance for a long time. I want some information about the Evil Alliance. Of course, I also want to know which forces in the capital are similar to the Evil Alliance. Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has spent too little time in the capital. There are relatively secretive forces in the capital, and they, Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, are very short of them. When Bei Chaofei tried to obtain information about the Evil Alliance from other intelligence forces, no one was willing to sell the information. Or rather, they did not dare to sell the information. Aren't you cooperating with the Evil Alliance? You should know more than us. Miran Qingchen looked at Bei Chaofei with narrowed eyes. She didn't believe what Bei Chaofei said. We can still cooperate without knowing the other party's background. The death of the previous commander of the pacification division was partly due to the appearance of the Evil Alliance. Miss Muring, we at Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower have just arrived, and we are indeed unclear about the forces in the dark in the capital. We are cooperating with the Evil Alliance, but the two leaders, ED and Future, have not met the top leaders of the Evil Alliance yet. That's why I'm eager to get information about the Evil Alliance. Also, in order to know what can be touched and what cannot be touched in the future, we also want to know about other forces similar to the Evil Alliance. Bei Chaofei said sincerely. Hearing Bei Chaofei's words, Miran Qingchen frowned and said, there are 3 organizations in the capital that are similar to the Evil Alliance. One is the Eternal Life Association, one is the Bileo Hall, and the other is the Zenwood Garden. Among these 4 forces, the Evil Alliance has appeared for a relatively short time, only about 5 years. Of the other 3, the Eternal Life Association is the most mysterious, the Bileo Hall is also quite hidden, and the most active is the Zenwood Garden. There is not much relevant information in this regard. I will have someone secretly send you a copy when the time comes. Hearing Miran Qingchen's words, Bei Chaofei's pupils condensed slightly. Of the 3 forces other than the Evil Alliance, he only found out about the Zenwood Garden. As for the Eternal Life Association and the Bileo Hall, he really didn't find out. I don't know why the Qian Jianxi would deal with the Evil Alliance, Bei Chaofei asked. They are using virgins to practice evil skills. The recent disappearance of girls outside and inside the capital is related to the Evil Alliance, Miran Qingchen said in a deep voice. Hearing Miran Qingchen's words, Bei Chaofei's mind moved slightly, but his expression did not change. He had never thought of linking the missing woman in the capital with the Evil Alliance. This person's skills are too vicious to practice with virgin blood. Thank you, Miss Muring, for clearing up my doubts. Bei Chaofei hurriedly bowed and thanked. We are a cooperative relationship, and it is reasonable to share some information, Miran Qingchen said softly. After that, the two chatted for a few words, and Bei Chaofei said goodbye and left. Kaya, send Master Bei off, Miran Qingchen said to Qi Yulinger beside him. Qi Yulinger stepped forward and took Bei Chaofei away. After a while, Qi Yulinga returned to the banquet hall. Miss, you said that Bei Chaofei and his men really don't know the situation of the Evil Alliance, Eternal Life Society, and other forces. Qi Yulinga said in a deep voice. Whether we know it or not, since Bei Chaofei is looking for us to cooperate, we have a relationship with him. If I can meet Yi and Rifu, it means that Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower attaches great importance to cooperation with us. Perhaps at that time, we can unite Yi and Rifu to deal with the third leader of Evil Alliance, who we have never met. You notify someone to send a copy of the information of Evil Alliance, Cheng Shenghu, Bilao Tang, and Zhen Wuyan to Bei Chaofei so that he can see it after he goes down the mountain and returns to Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Murong Qingchen said. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Qi Yulinga bowed and retreated. Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. When Bei Chaofei came back, Nailan Rangan was already looking at the information. Murong Qingchen's work efficiency is really high. What's wrong with the inspection? Bei Chaofei said. I have read some, but not all. But these four forces are really strong. Nailan Rangan said. I'll watch it after you finish. By the way, how are Shangwen Jinhong and Jing Wuming doing? Shangwen Jinhong and Jing Wuming also came to the capital. Their target is the Money Gang. The two have been appreciated by Jin Yuting, the second leader of the Money Gang, and have become the protectors of the Money Gang, following Jin Yuting. Nailan Rangan said. Now that the leader of the Money Gang, Jin Fihong, is in seclusion, Jin Yuting is the actual controller of the Money Gang. Shangwen Jinhong and Jing Wuming can follow each other, which shows that they have gained each other's trust. It's really amazing. Bei Chaofei admired Shangwen Jinhong's methods. By the way, there is another thing, that is, Ni Chang, the third son of King Yu, has come from Huoyuan. Should we tell Master Mireng about this? Nailan Rangan said. No need to tell Mireng Fu. Ni Chang should not be able to go to the capital. By the way, what is Mireng Fu doing now? Bei Chaofei said. Now Cui Wuhu and Wudu Tongzi are in Huoyuan area. With his understanding of Cui Wuhu, he will definitely find a way to kill Ni Chang. He is approaching the 12th Prince Liuhe and has obtained preliminary information about him. I believe that after a while, he should be able to fully gain his trust. Nailan Rangan said. After the last incident of the Zenfu division, the 12th prince emerged as a rising star and became the only prince who could enter the court except for the 9 ruling princes. Now the 12th prince is constantly expanding and vaguely forming a new force that can compete with the 9 ruling princes. Of course, because of the 12th prince's action, other princes also moved secretly. Who doesn't want to get the imperial power and the throne? There was no chance before, but now that they see the opportunity, they must fight for it. Try to meet Mireng Fu's requirements and gain the trust of the 12th prince. I think Mireng Fu should seek power and official position, which is extremely beneficial to us. In that case, we will know what happened in the court soon. Bei Chaofei ordered. Chapter 400, Ghost Domain, Encirclement and Killing of 7 Swordsmen. How is the situation in the 9 northern counties? After the young master of the 9 northern counties came to the Qinglang temple, he seemed to have calmed down. Is there nothing going on? But the Qianshan sect outside the Great Wall has moved. 7 people have come down the mountain, preparing to first destroy Senior Dugu Wudi, Ghost Domain. Zatan Palacemo Wendeo went to King Cheng to challenge Bei Xianyu, and was killed by Bei Xianyu. Nailan Rangan said. The foundation of Jinfengxiayu Tower is the most solid in the 9 northern counties, so it can know the news from the 9 northern counties at the first time. Send this news today. Bei Chaofei said, after thinking for a moment. Although Yi and Future have made their reputations known, but it doesn't mean that they can play around just because their reputations are known. Someone must come to entrust them to investigate things or buy information. The people of the eldest prince and the third prince came here to get the first-hand information about the 9 northern counties and outside the Great Wall. Nailan Rangan said. The eldest prince and the third prince are also paying attention to the news from the 9 northern counties. Inform them as soon as the news arrives. Bei Chaofei said. Sometimes, when it comes to making open intelligence, it is actually about speed. There is also a more troublesome matter. The third prince has entrusted us to investigate who killed Princess Danayang. I pushed this matter away. I said that we just came to the capital and don't want to cause too much trouble. But he seems to have asked Hanglao to investigate. Nalan Rangan said, Hanglao, this force has existed for a long time. You should notify Miranfu and tell him to be careful. But when Ni Chang dies, I think they will shift their focus. Bai Chaofei said. Outside the Great Wall, the Ghost Domain, a small town. 7 figures on horseback slowly stepped towards the center of the town. The center of the town. In a dim room, the lights flickered, led by Dugu Wudi. 7 figures gathered behind him. And in various parts of the town, many disciples of the Ghost Domain were ambushed on both sides of the street. Everyone, the prey we are waiting for has entered the hunting ground. We must keep them here today no matter what. Otherwise, our Ghost Domain will have no reputation. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Domain Lord, these few people are easy to deal with. I'm afraid that they are followed by stronger masters of the Chianshan sect. A burly man with a meteor hammer in his hand said. This man is called Liu Chuan. He was the 6th leader of the Ghost Domain. Dugu Wudi did not kill him and made him the elder of the Ghost Domain. Don't worry about this. Even if the warriors of the Heavenly Man 9 difficulties come, we can still fight them. Dugu Wudi said. Of course, the reason why he dared to say this was that Gu Santang was already in the dark. Liu Chuan, you are too careful. There is no shelter within a radius of 10 miles in this town. It is all yellow sand. Even if they have masters following them, we can detect them. Next to Liu Chuan, a thin man who looked like a zombie said. The zombie man was a casual cultivator from the outskirts of the Great Wall that Dugu Wudi had personally subdued. He practiced a technique called Iron Corpse Skill. His mummy-like body was because of Iron Corpse Skill. Alright. You guys act as planned. Dugu Wudi ordered. Yes. The 7 people behind him left quickly. After the 7 people left, a voice came from the corner. Aren't you afraid that there are people from Chianshan sect among them? A person was sitting cross-legged in the corner. It was Guan Qi who stayed outside the domain. This is also a good opportunity to test. Let's go. You and I should go and see their fight. Dugu Wudi said. On the other side, the 7 horses continued to move forward. Although they sensed that the atmosphere was unusual, the riders seemed very calm. What do you think the Ghost Domain will send this time? One of the men, who was wearing green clothes and carrying a dark red longsword on his back, spoke up. If it weren't for Yunjian, we would have already killed his way to his Ghost Domain. Another burly man in grey clothes spoke up. They had just obtained the 7 weapon level longswords, and they were able to make the longswords perfectly cooperate with themselves, so they walked so slowly, just to use the people in the Ghost Domain, to nourish the swords in their hands. Here we come. Just as the grey-clothed man finished speaking, 7 figures appeared on the street. The 7 elders of the Ghost Domain will not send their minions this time, but the strength of the 7 of you is a little weak, and the strongest is only the 2 difficulties of heaven and man. Are you sent by Dugu Wudi to die? The green-clothed man who spoke earlier looked at the 7 people not far away and said coldly, although he was not a match for these 7 people working together. But they also have 7 people on their side, 7 against 7, or in other words, as long as 4 people are sent out, they can kill these 7 people. Haha, since Dugu Wudi has such good intentions, we will accept it with pleasure. The grey-robed man laughed. When the laughter fell, the grey-robed man fell directly on the ground, and as he landed, the other 3 figures also landed at the same time. Boom. 4 powerful ki burst out from the bodies of the 4 of them at the same time. The strong ki storm, like a hurricane, swept away all the surrounding yellow sand. Kill. A green-robed elder from the Ghost Domain stepped out, and a grey whip shadow appeared in his hand, piercing through the air, like a spirit snake, and went to the grey-robed man in front of him as fast as lightning. Seeing this, the grey-robed man snorted coldly and instantly drew out the long sword behind him. The blade of the long sword is wider and heavier than that of ordinary long swords, but in the hands of the big man, such a sword has no effect. The sword came out, and the sword energy slashed at the attacking long whip like a waterfall. Bang! The long sword hit the whip, that was like a spirit snake. It was not that the whip was not flexible enough, but that the opponent's sword energy covered a large area and was fast, completely suppressing the rotation of the long whip. The green-robed man who made the move immediately felt a force coming from the long whip and almost let the long whip slip out of his hand. But he grabbed it hard, took back the long whip, and his body went to the side. It's not that easy to leave. The grey-robed man kicked the ground and flew into the air. The long sword in his hand slapped down again. Triple heavy sword. The long sword formed 3 overlapping shadows in the air and finally turned into a sword body and slammed into the man in the green robe. Sensing the heavy pressure behind him, the man in the green robe dodged and rolled to avoid the sword, and his figure also accelerated away. Seeing this, the grey-robed man chased after the man who had just made the move. "Ye, be careful." Seeing this, an old man among the 7 swords spoke, but his words were a little late. The moment the grey-robed man who was chasing him landed, dozens of Ghost Domain members appeared on both sides of the street. They flew into the air at the same time and slashed at the grey-robed man with their long swords. The green-robed man in front of the grey-robed man, at this moment, stabbed his chest with a long whip in his hand like a poison. The speed was twice as fast as the previous attack. The grey-robed man didn't notice the whip that was like a poisonous snake when dealing with dozens of long knives. Perhaps he didn't expect the opponent's whip speed to be twice as fast as before. But his sense of danger still allowed him to avoid the fatal blow to his chest. However, his left arm was pierced by the long whip instead of his chest, and a stream of blood spurted out, looking for death. The pain in his arm made the man furious. The ki energy in his body flowed, forming a ki gang, which directly shook off the other long knives that were chopped. The long sword in his hand slashed out. Swish, swish. 3 figures were cut in half by him. "Stay away." At this time, the green-robed man shouted, and the besiegers quickly withdrew. When the people withdrew, the grey-robed man kicked the ground with his feet, and with the ground as the base point, he violently rushed towards the green-robed man, holding the sword with both hands, and the long sword turned into 5 sword shadows, sweeping towards the green-robed man like thunder. Seeing the other party furiously using all his strength, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the green-robed man. He turned his footsteps on the ground, and his figure turned into a shadow, escaping from the place where the sword light was pressing down. Boom. The long sword slashed on the ground, and the broken stones on the ground were rampant, shooting in all directions. Swish, swish. Some members of the Ghost Domain who were slow to evacuate were directly pierced through the body and fell to the ground. But after the blow, the grey-robed man kept the posture of holding the sword with both hands. Because his previously injured left arm was completely black. "Your whip is poisonous." The big man turned his head and looked at the green-robed man and said, "End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.